Chapter 1101. When Eleanor saw Lionel notice the things she left behind, her smile beamed. She giggled foolishly in the skies as though she was a young girl again. Lionel blinked when he saw what was on the bed because even without touching it, he felt that it was all far too valuable. A part of him believed for a moment that this might have been in every penthouse suite, but something within him said that that should be impossible. Would the Luxnicks really give so much to a Branch family member? Lionel's brows furrowed, suddenly remembering the state the Radix family's wealth had left them in. Just one casual fort they had built used up enough herb or to bury the Milky Way. Could it be another case of this? However, such thoughts were swept away in just a few moments. The Luxnicks shouldn't know anything about Lionel yet, but these items felt too personal. Lionel took a step forward, not having the mind to care about the luxury around him. He climbed the small set of steps covered in lush carpets that led to the enormous bed, reaching out and grabbing the first crystal ball he saw. As though sensing Lionel's touch, the crystal ball gently burst into sparkling motes of light, releasing the item within. When it landed in Lionel's hand, he almost fell over. Despite his strength, the item was so heavy that just holding it up made him feel as though his biceps would tear. Luckily, seemingly sensing his weakness, the item sparkled, its weight becoming instantaneously lower. In fact, it suddenly felt as light as a feather in Lionel's hands. The latest _Broken Corsodies are on _the website. In the skies, Eleanor blinked in shock before her eyes bloomed into crescent moons from smiling so wildly. That damn thing actually recognized my little line from a single touch. Ha! My son is so talented. The wind around Eleanor seemed to respond to her laughter, vibrating as though the space itself would collapse. But, by some sort of magic, all the turbulence vanished just a few meters from her. Lionel looked at the bow in his hand, his gaze sparkling. This is a gold grade weapon. No, it's not just gold grade, it's tier 9 gold grade. There's just no way. Silver was the hallmark of the 6th dimension. Gold grade meant that this was a 7th dimensional weapon. If Lionel was unsure before, he was now completely certain that it was impossible for the Luxnicks to have been the ones to leave these things behind. He looked up and around, but he really couldn't sense anything. Even after analyzing the room again and again, he couldn't find a single thing out of place. If that person left even a single strand of hair, Lionel would have been able to find it with his current abilities. And yet, he couldn't pick up on even that. Was it Mom? Lionel blinked. That seems to be the only explanation, but why didn't she come see me? Visit. For a better user experience seeing Lionel looking around and scanning, Eleanor felt her heart leap into her throat. She clutched her hands over her chest, pressing down firmly. It seemed to take all the strength she had in her body not to dash down there and embrace her son. Look at you. You've gotten so big. Seeing that he couldn't find anything, Lionel turned his attention back to the bow. It was without a doubt the most beautiful weapon he had ever seen, and it was most definitely the largest bow he had ever laid eyes on. From tip to tip, the bow was 3 meters long. Its string grooves were fashioned into the heads of 2 white-maned lions with shimmering rubies for eyes, while its body was embroidered gold and white gold. Finally, its bow string itself glistened like it was woven of crystal fibers, twinkling even in the non-invasive light of the penthouse suite. Lionel couldn't help but raise the bow up and pull at its string. He had expected to not be able to move it even an inch. Back when Lionel first ran into Merlin's bow in the Camelot Zone, it had only been a quasi-bronze bow, and yet despite the strength of his body at the time, he could only pull it to 10%. With this being a gold-grade bow, a tier 9 one at that, Lionel fully expected to not move it a single centimeter. If he could move it at all, he would feel shocked instead. The latest _Sodies are on _the website, and yet, to his surprise, not only did he move the bowstring before he even realized what was happening, he had pulled it to 100%. A wild pressure circulated about the room. Lionel felt that the level 3 bow force that had been such a drain to accumulate in the past swirled around him as though it was on a leash. In fact, Lionel felt that even if he had to release dozens of such powerful arrows, he could do so now. Wow! Lionel's gaze lit up. This bow was beyond his expectations. Such an ability frightened even himself. Just based on a change in equipment, he was actually suddenly so much more powerful. And Lionel felt that this was likely just the tip of the iceberg when it came to this bow. Maybe he couldn't use its full abilities just yet because it was purposely lowering itself to his level. Lionel had no idea that, as shocked as he was, his own mother was quite speechless. Enlightened bow force. While in the fifth dimension, if Eleanor had been laughing before, she was practically gasping for air now. Even over at that place, her son would be near the very top just based on this alone. Those bow enthusiast old fogies would be fighting tooth and nail for him. The latest _sodies are on the website. Realizing that he was maybe causing too much of a commotion, Lionel slowly released his grip on the bowstring, looking at the bow with a hardly contained fondness in his eye. He didn't know how freely he would be able to use this bow. After all, a seventh-dimensional treasure was far too valuable. Who knew how many people would try to kill him just to lay a hand on it? But it couldn't be denied that this gift was extraordinary. After a while, Lionel finally managed to peel his eyes from it and store the bow away. But when he touched the next crystal ball and saw its contents, his gaze widened. Chapter 11:02. The oars fell into a beautiful pile on the soft bed. For a very long time, Lionel couldn't bring himself to move or even breathe. He had to double and triple check that he was seeing correctly, and with his thinking speed, he actually ended up checking several hundred times before he realized that it all wasn't an illusion. Evolution Oregon. Not just any evolution but both fifth-dimensional and sixth-dimensional evolution Oregon. Of the former, there were actually 20 essences worth. For the latter, there were exactly 10, the minimum amount Lionel needed. This was why Lionel had felt that these gifts were simply far too personal. Evolution was exactly what he needed to form the foundation of his divine armors, if he wanted to continue following his father's crazy plan. It had to be remembered that the divine armor Lionel was wearing right now was still fourth-dimensional. The reason it could display so much strength within the fifth dimension was precisely because Lionel had used evolution as its foundation. The trouble with this approach, though, was the difficulty in finding evolution Oregon. Even after all this time, he had yet to catch the faintest clue about fifth-dimensional evolution Oregon. But now, he suddenly had all he would need for his next two divine armors. Toward such a turn of events, Lionel could only be speechless. He knew that even for a seventh-dimensional existence, these two gifts shouldn't have been so easy to get one's hands on. In fact, it wouldn't really be an exaggeration to say that it was near impossible. Visit for a better user experience, Tier 9 Gold Grade Bow, sixth-dimensional evolution, how could Lionel not be shocked? Even with his limited scope of the dimensional verse, he knew just how valuable these things were. Lionel couldn't help but look around again. But even with all the giggling of his mother, he couldn't detect her at all. Without a choice, he could only store these oars away as well. Now, he just needed to find the core piece of his next divine armor, then he could start designing it. Lionel had already planned to use the Snowy Star pendant to exchange for the core of his fifth-dimensional divine armor. Now, he was even more determined to do so. Lionel moved on to the next crystal ball, but this time he braced himself. If he got shocked to the point of silence every time, he might very well be here forever. The next crystal ball burst into motes of light and crystals, revealing a delicately embroidered pouch. It alternated in deep blacks and gently glowing golds. When Lionel opened it up, he found that it was actually a spatial treasure. Within it, he not only found billions of purple coins, there were even billions of kilograms of sixth-dimensional herb and millions of kilograms of seventh-dimensional herb Oregon visit. For a better user experience, it was safe to say that Lionel had never seen such wealth concentrated in one place. It only confirmed just how low his previous bounty was. He really was just a petty criminal. Of course, this wasn't exactly true. Tier 4 fugitives don't just fall out of thin air. The main reason Lionel's bounty was so low was because he was still technically a galaxy-level criminal. As such, his bounty was tied to the Milky Way, which was a poor corner of the universe. This was only to be expected. Still, in one moment, Lionel had been poor, and in the next, he could be considered to be one of, if not the wealthiest man on planet Luxnix. The difference was so striking that he almost experienced a bit of whiplash. With this, there were only 2 crystal balls left. Lionel stepped toward the second to last one, allowing it to shatter just like all the other ones had. However, unlike what Lionel had come to expect, there was actually another crystal ball waiting for him on the other side of this one. Curious, Lionel sank his mind into it, only to be bombarded with all sorts of information. At first, it was a bit overwhelming until Lionel pulled back. He had gotten into the habit of wielding his internal sight like a sledgehammer because he could usually take in everything at once. But clearly this was too much information even for him. Visit. For the best notifiability experience, once Lionel did so, his eyes practically shot out lasers of their own. Techniques. Thousands of them. And each and every one related to Snow Force and the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. There were 3rd-dimensional, 4th-dimensional, 5th-dimensional, and even 6th-dimensional techniques all in one place. There were techniques designed for those who hadn't awakened any branches whatsoever, and other techniques designed for those who had awakened one or even multiple branches at a time. It was as though the entire history of the Luxnix family's advancements were all painted in this singular crystal ball, and Lionel had a feeling that if the Luxnix were aware of this, they would have been pissed off to an extreme. Lionel suddenly realized that the difference separating his combat prowess and that of the top geniuses of this sector was in his hands. These gifts were definitely all carefully selected for him. They were exactly what he needed. Lionel stored the crystal ball for now and moved on to the final one. When it shattered, he found that there was yet another crystal ball waiting for him. In fact, within, he found more techniques. However, these techniques were far different from the Luxnix family techniques. In fact, they were designed not for the Luxnix, but rather the Fox. Lionel's brows shot up. Visit. For the best known experience, there were only a handful of techniques, but each was uniquely curated. Each taught how to apply the Fox family lineage factor in cooperation with your strengths. If Lionel was correct, these techniques were likely personally designed and created by his mother. Only she could have all these unique combinations of powers. The first of the techniques Lionel seemed to gravitate toward made his heart tremble. Chapter 1103. Whether by coincidence or just a well-timed stroke of fate, the unmutated form of the Fox family lineage factor was actually called Emperor's Might, the perfect mirror of Lionel's King's Might. Just from a casual introduction, Emperor's Might functioned on the backs of your subjects and those who believed in you. It was an intangible sort of belief system that relied on how those around you viewed you. Despite not being an empress herself, Lionel's mother had great fame in the dimensional verse, even though her own son was oblivious to it all. That said, even if she didn't, Eleanor was a bit of a special case due to her world spirit. By virtue of the fact she was chosen by Earth's world spirit, it was accurate to say that the life of Earth's population was tied to her. As such, even in comparison to Emperor Fox himself, Eleanor's Emperor's Might was on another level entirely. All of this said, after several months of observation, Lionel's King's Might wasn't exactly the same, though the power itself presented very similarly. The first difference was that Lionel felt that he had the ability to share his King's Might with his companions. Emperor's Might could not do this. The second difference was that Lionel's King's Might partially relied on his subjects. However, it gained no boost from how others viewed him or his legend. Instead, Lionel's King's Might seemed to feed off of Lionel's personal mental state rather than the mental state of others. Visit. For a better user experience, these differences aside, the application of Emperor's and King's Might were exactly the same, and Lionel didn't believe that there would be a problem in applying them to these techniques. But Lionel was more interested in hearing exactly what was so special about this lineage factor. Luckily, his mother didn't disappoint him. So that's how it is. I see. Lionel had partially guessed it, but he hadn't quite grasped the full picture. Both emperors and kings might were actually a derivative of Dream Force. In fact, they touched on a barrier that only savants could reach, falling just short of that penultimate height. Lionel, the dark cloud prison who had assumed the place of Lionel, had the ability to use his Dream Force to manifest his thoughts into reality. Using Emperor's might and King's might, you wouldn't be able to go so far, but you were able to use your consciousness to affect change in your surroundings. Reading this sort of introduction, Lionel felt enlightened. The latest episodes are on the website. When he had exited the Valiant Heart Zone, his hair had still been impossible to cut even with the increase in his strength. It was only by instinctively using his King's might coercion that what once was near indestructible hair became as fragile as paper. In fact, when Lionel brought his metal body to Tier 9 of the 5th dimension, his hair had grown out wildly again, and he was forced to cut it using this same method once more. Lionel never really thought much of it before, but this explanation made so many things click into place. It was no wonder why fusing his King's might into his domains made them so much stronger. He felt as though these simple words were opening up enormous doorways to him. Learning that his King's might was an extension of his Dream Force made Lionel feel as though he had finally grasped onto something that had always been constantly slipping through his fingers. He felt much lighter and far more confident now. When he finally turned his attention back to, it felt like it was made for him. In fact, he felt like all of these techniques were made for him. It fused the piercing gaze of the snowy star owl with Emperor's might, forming a level of sensory perception that internal sight alone couldn't match. It was able to see through illusions, the power levels of those beyond your dimension, and even see through usually invisible fluctuations in force. However, this was just the first level of the technique. Upon reaching the second level, your gaze could gain coercive effects of its own. In that case, your eyes could be used to disrupt and interrupt the flow of force. Visit. For a better user experience reading to this point, Lionel couldn't help but remember back to the flock of birds White City had brought to attack Camelot during Terrain's invasion. That species had been able to use their eyes to disrupt the flow of force, and it rendered mages completely useless. This technique seemed to take this to an extreme. If you were potent enough, and you could see through the weak point of a technique with enough speed, just your gaze alone could force it to disperse. It was truly a beautifully constructed technique. In fact, Lionel felt the same about them all. He almost didn't care enough to even look through the Luxnix family techniques. He was completely immersed in the world of his mother's creation. It took a lot for Lionel to be impressed, mostly because with his mind, he was usually able to quickly deduce how people accomplished the things they did. Such an ability made it difficult for anyone to move him from his baseline. However, Lionel had nothing but praise for his mother. The straw that broke the camel's back was most definitely when Lionel saw a version of his mother had created that was several times better and more flexible than his own. Instead, she called it. The very same crystal balls that Lionel had received all of his gift from were exactly an application of this technique. However, that was the easiest part to accept. What was absolutely fascinating was that a formation of could have a law attached to it. This law would be governed by your empire's might, or, in Lionel's case, his King's might. So long as you were within the confines of and the world was not broken, this rule had to be followed. The latest _SODs are on _ website. That was when it clicked for Lionel. The law his mother must have attached to his gifts was that the world would open so long as Lionel was the one to touch them. Wow, Lionel was floored. The complexity of this technique was beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 11:04. Lionel felt that his was inferior to his mother's in almost every way, shape, and form. The only advantage he would have was in the sturdiness of the space he could create thanks to his version being anchored by Earth force. But Whether it was flexibility of use, stamina consumption, and applications in battle, it was a clean sweep for her. Not to mention all of this was practically like having a domain of your choosing on command. Of course, the law you set worked better the simpler it was, so this wasn't exactly true. But if an ability like this was paired with Lionel's intelligence in battle, who knew how many people he could play to death with it? Lionel's fingers subconsciously stretched outward, wiggling about lightly as force followed their movements. Lionel had thought that he wouldn't be used to the foundational magic system his mother used to create this technique. After all, he had used Camelot's magic system to turn artistic conception into reality, but his mother hadn't returned to Earth in a very long time, so she shouldn't have had the time to learn about it. But after analyzing the technique, Lionel was shocked to find that the foundation his mother used wasn't only similar, it was identical. He had no other way of explaining this other than chalking it up to his mother's world spirit. There didn't seem to be another way for her to have known about it. This conclusion led Lionel down another shocking revelation. His mother was like a cheat code. He had spent so much time analyzing and parsing out the secrets of Camelot's magic system, but his mother was years, if not decades, ahead of him. Subconsciously, the easiest first layer of formed for Lionel, a small crystal ball appearing before him like a blown bubble. It reflected delicate rainbow colors as though it might pop at any moment. Visit. For the best notification experience still observing Lionel up in the sky, Eleanor blinked in shock for already the third time that day. Was one of her most complicated techniques. Wasn't it a bit exaggerated to form a rudimentary form of it in just a few moments? I see. So that magic system fell in your hands. Lionel had no idea how correct he was. As the wielder of Earth's world spirit, Eleanor had many wide-ranging abilities. One of these abilities was being able to assimilate with the natural force arts that formed the foundation of Earth. When Camelot formed Avalon and became part of Earth's reality, Eleanor gained access to the natural force arts that formed their foundation. This, in turn, allowed her to improve her technique to the level it was currently at now. It could be said that Lionel had been helping his mom from countless light years away, something even she only became aware of right this moment. Had he never cleared Camelot's zone, their magic system wouldn't have fused with Earth, and his mother would have never learned of them. A flicker of guilt lit Eleanor's gaze. How ironic. What a terrible mother I am. The idea that her son had been sweating and bleeding for her benefit made tears run down Eleanor's cheeks. She couldn't seem to control her flood of emotions at all. The latest _corsodies are on the website. Even now, all she could give her son was wealth and treasures. She was under no illusions that this somehow made up for all the years of his life that she had missed. Lionel was oblivious to all of this. He had no idea that it wasn't because his mother was decades ahead of him, but rather that as the world spirit wielder, she didn't need to study Camelot's magic system like he did. It came as naturally to her as breathing. Technically, she had learned the magic system at the same time she did. However, functionally, they might as well have had thousands of years of separation between them. A light purple aura formed around him, forcing the rainbow colors of the bubble before him to take on various hues of violet instead. This is a good thing. It also means that I'm right, Lionel mused. Logically, mothers should have a far wider view of the dimensional verse than I do. The fact that she had so many options before her, yet still chose to use Camelot's magic system in specific, must mean that even compared to all of them, this system is far superior. This conclusion made Lionel feel at ease. Before, he had guesses, but he couldn't be absolutely certain. Right then, his finger flashed outward, a beam of spear force cutting through and crashing onto the surface of the bubble. The latest _corsodies are on website. A blade mark rebounded off the surface of the construction, leaving a deep mark. However, the world managed to quickly mend itself. Lionel calmly observed this before sending a fist covered in fist force forward. Unlike his level 2 spear force, this fist force was only the most ordinary level 1 fist force. And yet, the bubble shattered on the lightest impact, raining down motes of crystals and light. Lionel nodded to himself. He had set the law of this by stating that it was invulnerable to blade edges. However, by skewing the law so heavily in one direction, it made it incredibly fragile to blunt trauma. Obviously, since Lionel's blade had left a mark, it wasn't invulnerable. So, his law wasn't the end-all, be-all, at least not with his current proficiency. However, Lionel still felt that such a thing was endlessly useful in combat. If I can use my mother's research to improve just what would the result be? Lionel's mind worked in overdrive, but he felt like his king's might was missing something. His attention turned back to his mother's techniques before he found exactly what had forced his dreamscape to spark. Visit. For the best no underscore under 3 under G experience. Chapter 1105 was clearly a play on Emperor's Might, as far as Lionel could tell. But its use was far more than just that. In fact, it was quite fascinating. This technique was a method of Emperor's Might manipulation. As things stood now, under normal circumstances, Emperor's Might was like a sledgehammer. In its base form, both Alienor and Lionel could use it like a flood, trying to drown people out with it. However, just because it could be done didn't mean that this was the most efficient way of doing so. Combined Emperor's Might with concepts of visualizations and artistic conception. In fact, if Lionel was correct, him taking time to comprehend could actually go a long way in helping him master the fifth-dimensional layer of. It had to be remembered that it was Lionel's shallow understanding of the fifth-dimensional layer of that led him down a path of using artistic conception to create mage arts. The fifth dimension was all about elevating the mind to release the shackles the body might harbor. This symbiotic relationship between mind and body was incredibly important. As such, using and mastering it would actually give Lionel a path toward increasing the speed of his improvement through the fifth dimension. Right now, Lionel's King's Might was nothing more than a formless fog. Whenever he made use of it, it would permeate his general surroundings before eventually sinking into whatever target he had set on. The trouble with this approach was that it wasn't only a waste of energy, but it was also slow and not nearly as potent as it could be. Visit. For the best known NG experience, the solution to this seemed quite simple. Since Lionel had such high dream force affinity, and he now knew that his King's Might was a derivative of it, why not simply take control of this fog and change its form? Of course, he could do this, and this would likely help mitigate the slowing and wastage of his King's Might. However, that was all. It was a mere surface solution to it all. It was only after reading through that Lionel came to understand why it was he was so lacking in his use of his lineage factor. He was only at the first tier of the fifth dimension. He had yet to properly refine his mental state. In his current condition, his mind was like a wild and untamable beast that acted as it pleased. Lionel was under the illusion that he controlled himself, but just how much of his actions were based on his innate disposition? How much of himself was he controlling? And how much was decided at birth by an arrangement of his genes? It was quite the profound question. Why was it that some people endlessly procrastinated while others always seemed to be working? Was it really something as intangible as will? Or was it just a natural disposition? Or maybe will itself was decided by one's innate disposition? Remove the guesswork from all of this. So long as Lionel practiced it properly, he would be able to rein in his mind to a certain extent. And by attaching an artistic conception to his King's Might, it too would become several times more powerful. Visit. For the best known NG experience, once he managed to do that, the laws he set for, or whatever upgraded version of his that he formed, would be exponentially more potent. Each level has a corresponding force art attached to it. Each really seems to be as complex as a natural force art. Was this really created by a person? Lionel couldn't help but be impressed once again. He had never seen a force art created by a person be so complex. Whether it was his auspicious aura force art or Camelot's magic system force art, both were exceedingly complicated. However, these force arts fell somewhere between the two in complexity, with Camelot's being by far the most complex. was split into 9 levels with 3 major dividing lines. Despite being called, this name was actually more of a placeholder to convey the foundation of the technique's secrets. In reality, the artistic conception used was up to the user. This also allowed one the flexibility to improve upon in the future. Lionel wouldn't be surprised if his mother used the artistic conception of a dragon to give her Emperor's might form. However, Lionel wouldn't even know where to start if he chose that path. He had never seen a dragon, nor seen the depiction of one. Though he had read and seen a lot of them in fiction back in his younger years, that wasn't nearly enough. Wait, do dragons actually exist? Lionel's brow furrowed before he shook his head. That hardly mattered right now. What he needed was a proper artistic conception, one that was both easy to observe and easy to scale. With Lionel's thinking speed, he immediately thought of several possibilities. Visit. For the best known of the experience, the first was Little Black Star. Though the little guy seemed quite adorable and unassuming, he was both a shadow sovereign and now an heir to the void beasts, a creature that even Lionel's own father deemed it important to leave a message behind about. It might even be the case that void beasts were far more powerful than dragons, if dragons even existed. That is, the second choice was to choose something far more abstract, like a disaster world. So long as Lionel kept visiting disaster worlds of similar elements, he would also be able to continuously upgrade the artistic conception of his king's might. In addition, he would likewise be able to improve his universal cycles. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Both of these ideas felt excellent, but for some reason they left an uncomfortable feeling in Lionel's gut. He could somehow tell that if he really took this path, his king's might wouldn't like it, but he couldn't quite understand why, until it all clicked. The difference between Emperor's might and King's might was that while the former gathered strength from outside influences, the latter gathered strength from yourself. Lionel suddenly felt a throbbing above his right hip, and he subconsciously reached a hand downward. A searing heat threatened to torch everything in the room, but for some reason Lionel felt exceedingly comfortable. Visit. For a better user experience in that moment, he felt like he knew exactly what he had to do. Chapter 11:06. The poolside was quite lively. The past 3 days had been spent in complete leisure as the youths of Earth basked in luxury. None of them had realized just how much of a toll the war had taken on them until this moment. What was shocking to many of them, though, was that they hadn't been bothered at all. In fact, it didn't seem like anyone else was moving into their hotel either. It was as though the entire building had been locked down for their sakes. In the end, they could only brush it off and chalk it up to Noah and Lionel's performances. Maybe the Luxniks were still trying to figure out how to bring the two into their fold, and as such made some concessions on the front end. Either way, the group had access to as much food and entertainment as they wanted. It truly felt like they were on vacation. That day, as the high sun began to calm a bit, a few dozen of them sat by the poolside. Gil, practically grinning ear to ear, had an arm wrapped around 2 ravishing beauties he seemed to be whispering sweet nothings to. The 2 would often roll their eyes and giggle, but so long as Gil didn't get too handsy, they let him do as he pleased. For Gil, this was enough for him to be on cloud 9. Just a few days ago, he could only stare at beauties through a window pane, but now he could actually enjoy the touch of such slim waists with a single pinch. This was truly heaven. Ladies, you really should give me a chance. I might be fast, but I still know how to finish last. How could I call myself a gentleman without allowing 2 beauties to go ahead of me? Gil's gaze twinkled, his eyes sparking with crimson streaks of lightning as though to remind the 2 of his speedster status. The 2 women covered their mouths and laughed, but they gave Gil their usual non-answer. Your pickup lines are lame. Franco called over from the deep end of the pool. Gil snorted. Don't open that big mouth of yours too wide, you might drown. Visit. For the best no_NG experience, Franco sneered. I'm bigger than you in other places too, but it'll spare the beauties the shock. The 2 women in Gil's arms turned completely red toward Franco's frankness. Toward this, Gil could only be displeased. With a flick of his finger, Gil sent an arc of lightning toward the pool. Shit, Franco jumped, just barely getting out of the water before he was shocked. "You little bastard." Franco snarled. "Who are you calling little?" Gil seemed to forget about the two women in his arms as he let them go to charge after Franco. Soon, their third battle of the day had erupted, leaving the two maids looking toward one another with speechless expressions. The laughter and ambience of the poolside didn't fade as the two fought. In fact, it only seemed to become livelier. Some even began to place bets on who would win this time. To the side, Noah sat in silence. By some miracle, he had been convinced to wear a pair of swimming shorts, and his bold, refined chest was displayed for all to see. With how defined his muscles were, it would be difficult to pick a winner between him, Lionel, and Alan. Though, as usual, Alan was wearing overly baggy clothing even by the poolside. "Is there a problem with Lionel?" Jessica, who was wearing quite a conservative one-piece swimsuit, tried to strike up a conversation with Noah once again. Somehow, though, every time Noah looked toward her, he would look away just as quickly as though he was seeing something frightening. Visit. For a better user experience, it was only after Jessica wrapped a shawl around her waist and partially covered her long, slender legs that Noah finally seemed to become normal again. "No, I think he should be fine." Thinking back to what Noah had found on his bed 3 days ago, he assumed that Lionel must have received something as well. He was probably enthralled by it all. Cap. As though on cue, Lionel opened the side doors of the hotel to find himself by the poolside as well. Seeing that everyone was here, he couldn't help but smile. Yep. Little Blackstar hopped from Lionel's head, jumping toward the group of ladies who seemed to fall in love with him instantly. Clearly, they had no idea how much of a pervert the little guy was. "You guys seem to be having a lot of fun. Seems I've missed out." Don't worry, Cap. I know you were just enjoying the presents we sent your way." Gil, who had Franco in a headlock, looked over with a mysterious grin. Lionel blinked in confusion. "Presents?" Yeah. Don't worry, Cap. We'll keep it a secret for you." Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel was speechless. He had no idea that these guys had sent over some service women to his penthouse. But long before they could even make it to his door, they had been intercepted by his mother. How could Eleanor allow her son to be serviced by such low-class women? Eleanor was all in favor of Lionel having dozens of wives, but they all had to be of the highest quality. He couldn't just wildly cede any plot of land. Lionel, though, had no idea about any of this and could only make some connections through the hardly disguised lewd gazes of his brothers. It was to the point even the women picked up on it, leaving them with no other choice but to turn their heads away in embarrassment. Lionel opened his mouth to explain, but in the end just shook his head and sighed. He had to admit that he was a bit pent up. The stronger his body became as he progressed his metal body, the stronger those urges seemed to become. It also didn't help that he had been abstaining from such thoughts ever since Aina vanished. He shook his head again. "What am I thinking? Gil's perversion is rubbing off on me." Still, who knows with how big the event these 3 planets are planning seems. Maybe Aina will be here too. Lionel was filled with a complicated emotion. How would he face Aina when he met her? He didn't like the idea of apologizing because he didn't feel like he had done anything wrong. Or, at the very least, he felt that they had wronged each other. Forget it. Maybe as a man, it was his duty to suffer a loss in this case. Who cared who was right or wrong as long as they could be together again? Wait, that was wrong too. If they approached things like that, the festering wounds that led to their separation in the first place would only grow, then they'd probably end up separated again. Lionel felt a headache coming on. At that moment, several strong auras suddenly converged on their hotel's poolside. The latest _up_core sodies are on _the website. Lionel looked up to see several U's making their way forward. All of them had a single thing in common. They shared the Luxnix bloodline. Chapter 11:07. Lionel calmly observed these approaching figures. There weren't many of them, and it also wasn't clear what their purpose was at a single glance. However, Lionel had some guesses. The peace could only last for so long. Their group had not only somehow monopolized an entire hotel and its amenities for themselves, but they hadn't even had to fight for it like the others had. Such branch family members wouldn't dare to find trouble with the main Luxnix family. So the next best option was to attack the root of their dissatisfaction to begin with. At first, they were apprehensive. After all, some lingering rumors about what must have happened 3 days ago had circulated. Many thought that it wouldn't be long until members of the main branch came to usher Lionel and Noah in. If they made a move before that, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? But after 3 days of no movement, not to mention a few more rooms being claimed through competition, the other branch family geniuses seemed to realize that the Luxnix didn't have the intention of coming for Lionel and Noah now. Logically, it should only take an expert of the Luxnix a few hours at most to come here using a flying craft. If they used a teleportation formation, it would at most take a few minutes. 3 days was definitely too long even if potential delaying factors were taken into consideration. The fact that the Luxnix hadn't come more than likely meant that they were still waiting for Lionel and Noah to prove themselves. These branch family members had no way of knowing what the strength gauge for main branch members were. They only knew that Lionel and Noah were better than they were, but they didn't have a frame of reference for the main branch. This, along with the fact the matters of that day were only being spread by vague recollections, made solid deductions even more difficult. Visit. For the best notice of the experience in the end, the other branch geniuses found themselves to be greatly dissatisfied. The youths of Earth hadn't even had a fight for their places. Since the Luxnix were clearly still testing them, didn't that mean that defeating them would gain them fame as well? At the helm, 3 youths with gazes that practically spit fire led the group. Though Lionel had no idea who they were, their auras were quite strong, all of them having stepped into Tier 7. Behind them, there were a handful of Tier 5 and 6 existences. If Lionel was more informed, he would have known that these 3 youths were yet more members of the Luxnix top 10 branches. This time, rather than the 10th and 12th ranked, it was the 8th, 7th, and 5th. The Luxnix family system worked quite simply. The main branch was located within this 3-pillar galaxy and shared the quadrants evenly with the Viola and Montex families. The branch families spread themselves throughout the sector. Some of the most powerful controlled entire galaxies of their own, while the weaker ones controlled several quadrants within a galaxy. A branch family's rank wasn't static and rather fluctuated. There were monthly, yearly, and per decade rankings. This system stopped branches that were on top from growing complacent and also gave lower-ranking branches a chance to display their hard work and claim rewards. This ranking system was based on contribution. This included zones of note cleared, taxes paid, worlds conquered, and even additional elective contributions. These contributions were tallied and given scores that would eventually reflect in the rankings. Visit. For the best notification experience, of course, the more powerful families tended to have the better rankings and receive the most support from the main branch. The 8th branch was known as the Muter branch, the 7th the Unia branch, and the 5th the Cuban branch. Though their rankings weren't as stable as the top 3 branch families, their confidence spoke volumes for itself given how boldly they had chosen to come here. What the hell is this? I spent all that time waiting, being held back for this? They're practically all in Tier 1. Is this a fucking joke? The youth from the Unia branch, Kraka's Luxnix, wantonly swept his internal sight everywhere he pleased. Without even trying to hide it, he showed not a single person present a single ounce of respect. However, just before he could finish his sweep, Kraka's brows furrowed as he looked up to meet Lionel's gaze. Lionel himself stood where he had always been, his hands as pockets and his gaze indifferent. The latest underscore sodies are on underscore website. Kraka's lip curled into a sneer. He had been holding back before, but since this brat wanted to play, without an ounce of hesitation, Kraka's unleashed his internal sight in full force, already imagining the sight of Lionel's internal sight shattering into shards of glass. Even though this would only leave the latter a bit dizzy for a few moments, he was already feeling a sick satisfaction from it. Great affinity with snow force, even without awakening the wisdom branch, made the internal sight of the Luxnix sturdier than most others. It had to be remembered the one had to take normal force to convert into soul force. With soul force, one could project one's internal sight. However, some forces were far better in conversion than others were. Crocus was confident in his own soul force, not only because of his Luxnix blood, but also because of his ability index. Whoever this fool was would suffer very soon. Unfortunately, just as quickly as Crocus sneered, he found his expression warping in the next moment. Lionel's internal sight was like a thick, impenetrable fortress. Crocus could feel his own crumbling just after ramming into it. No, it wasn't crumbling. It felt as though just touching Lionel's internal sight made his slowly erode. The latest _of_SODIes are on website. Right when Crocus panicked and wanted to pull back, the form of Lionel's internal sight suddenly changed. From a fortress, it became numerous spiked ramrods, pushing forward with an air of lethality. Crocus shot backward to the very shock of his companions and retracted his internal sight as fast as he could. However, he was still a step slow. Crocus' body convulsed, his knees buckling as his face turned pale. He fell to the ground, his gaze somewhat vacant. Chapter 11:08. From start to end, Lionel didn't move a single inch. In fact, those with weaker senses wouldn't have even been able to tell that a clash was occurring at all. It could only be said that Crocus was too foolish. While he had snow force to strengthen his internal sight, Lionel had already awakened his wisdom branch to the second layer, and his mind already had the boundaries and sturdiness of an individual at the quasi-sixth-dimensional level. This had been the case long before he ever stepped into the fourth dimension, let alone now that he was in the fifth. As though that wasn't enough to widen the gap, Crocus used regular soul force, while Lionel used the purest form of soul force, dream force. With this disparity, even if Lionel only crudely controlled his internal sight, he would have still been able to crush Crocus. But, after being given the Luxnix library of techniques, Lionel had touched upon an entirely new level of internal sight control. The breadth of techniques the Luxnix had in this regard were impossibly numerous. Just now, Lionel had only used the most basic of third-dimensional internal sight manipulation techniques, and yet the difference was actually so striking. Of course, there was one other reason why the difference was so drastic, a reason related to the corrosive attack Crocus felt true fear for. It could only be said that Crocus had shot himself in the foot. Crocus, visit. For the best known experience, the members of the Unia branch that had followed rushed after Crocus to help him up. The latter was still in a daze, but his cloudy eyes began to slowly sharpen, only for it to flash with a hint of seriousness and fear. He felt that if Lionel had insisted on pursuing him in that moment, his outcome wouldn't have been as simple as a spout of dizziness for a small while. He almost felt as though his mind could have been destroyed. Of course, Crocus doubted that Lionel could really accomplish it. This wasn't because he was looking down on Lionel. He had already learned a lesson against that just now in the harshest way possible. The main issue was that internal sight that had been retracted into the mind couldn't be so easily messed with. In fact, trying to do so would have put Lionel in danger instead. The leading youth of the Muter and Cuvan branches looked back toward Crocus with equally serious expressions. They had been paying attention to what happened just now. Usually, internal sight was quite fluid. Several internal sights could overlap and pass through one another without issue normally. However, techniques for internal sight taking shape and form like that were extraordinarily rare, and those who had such proficiency in them were even rarer. It almost felt like a perfect one-to-one of Lionel's consciousness. Of course, they had no idea that it was exactly this. With Dream Force, Lionel's control of his internal sight was a thought away. After all, Dream Force was the embodiment of consciousness. So you were a specialist of the Wisdom Branch. It seems we've underestimated you. Nigrith, the Tier 7 youth of the 5th-ranked Cuvan branch, looked toward Lionel deeply, his tone and expression touched with a hint of seriousness. The latest episodes are on our website. The Wisdom branch was probably the most respected of the Snowy Star Owl's 3 main talent branches. The Luxniks had a saying that it was from wisdom that all other things sprout. Those who specialized in the Wisdom branch had statuses that were a margin higher than those who were of the Speed or Healing branch. However, that was all. This wasn't enough for these youths to back down. It had only taught them that they shouldn't get into a war of internal sight with Lionel. Seeing that they had come to such a conclusion, Lionel didn't bother to correct them. There wasn't much of a point. It likely wouldn't be long before they learned the true extent of his abilities. "Might I ask what you 3 have come for?" Lionel smiled lightly. However, his brothers had already snapped out of their fun, having stayed to stare toward the newcomers. Ridden, the final Tier 7 youth of the Muter branch, looked Lionel up and down, his fists itching. For some reason, Lionel's smile reminded him of the hypocritical smiles of all those old fogies. But, for other reasons, he couldn't seem to bring himself to hate it as much. "We came for battle, of course." He spoke out, taking a step forward. In all this time, the other branches have been competing every day for the sake of the resources they get to enjoy. Your hotel still has 100% of its maid servants, amenities, and food. Yet, you're the only group that has yet to fight a single battle. It seemed that the competition didn't stop at claiming rooms. After this, it became a contest of the hotels and a fight for resources. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, I see. Lionel nodded. "So you want our resources? Aside from the obvious, why is that?" Lionel calmly observed the group before him. Ridden's sneer deepened. "None of us know when the competition will begin. Isn't it only right that we try to gather up as many resources as we can to improve in what time we have left? If we can sharpen our skills against good sparring partners, wouldn't that be even better?" Lionel nodded. That did indeed make sense. He had hoped to learn more about this competition, but he guessed that this much was already enough. He gazed toward everyone around him and laughed. "Well, you all heard him. They want to spar for resources. I haven't eaten in quite a few days. You guys have fun?" Lionel's feet glided against the grass and eventual polished stone surrounding the poolside. Under everyone's gazes, he made it to the barbecue and started fixing himself an enormous plate of food. Whether it was the youths of Earth or the branch youths, they could only stand and watch, speechless. Visit. For the best experience, before any of them had reacted, Lionel had already begun to munch on an enormous beast leg. He looked up with an innocent expression on his face. "What are you all waiting for? They only came with 9 people. There are over 50 of us. Gang up on them." Chapter 1109. Shameless. Lionel looked up from his plate of food to see an enormous battle royale having broken out. Whether it was Kraka's, Nigarith, or Ridden, or even their followers, all of them were instantly infuriated. However, toward this reaction, Lionel could only shrug. Though Kraka's was a bit rude in his remarks, that didn't mean he wasn't correct. The youths of Earth were, indeed, far too weak. Even the most advanced of them was only at Tier 2, and that happened to be Noah. Lionel himself would likely break into Tier 2 in a few days thanks to the benefits of, but compared to these Tier 5, 6, and 7 youths, it was really not worth mentioning. The worst part was that Lionel was fully aware that this was just the tip of the iceberg. He still remembered that Raya girl from a few days ago. She was already Tier 8, and her talent itself was far beyond the youths that had come here today. And these were all branch family members. If the difference between them and the branch families was already this large, what about the difference between them and the main branch? What about the other 2 pillar families, the Viola and the Montex? Lionel vaguely felt that maybe bringing everyone here was a mistake, but in the end, he shook his head. What good was it if they stayed sheltered? Facing the world like this would only help them improve faster. Why am I thinking like some old man? I need to improve too. Lionel took another large bite out of his food, his gaze scanning the battlefield. From just a cursory glance, he could tell that it took on average 3 of Earth's geniuses to face just one of them. The difference was there for all to see. Visit. For a better user experience in truth, This revelation was more shocking than not for the branch family geniuses. The gap between experts of the fifth dimension were enormous, especially if it was the gap of 1 or 2 watersheds. There were 3 higher-tier geniuses and 6 middle-tier geniuses, while all of Earth's youths were still in the lower tier. The fact that it only took 3 to bridge this gap was more shocking than anything else. To put this matter into perspective, even if they had to fight 50 Tier 1 experts alone, they should have been able to do it. If these Tier 1 experts were from lesser worlds, even hundreds to thousands of them shouldn't have been able to bridge the gap. The fact that 3 could was shocking enough. Still, Lionel could only sigh at this result. He wasn't quite sure of what to do. Should he use the money his mother left him to help? No, that wouldn't make much of a difference. The accommodations the hotel provided were excellent. They had all the nutrients and support fifth-dimensional existences could ask for. Should he use the silver tablet to help loosen their bottlenecks? This was a possibility, but having learned about the three-finger cult, Lionel realized that his past acts of openly and freely using the silver tablet was far more dangerous than he knew. He had only done so because he thought he was the only one potentially aware of its existence. But clearly this wasn't the case. Realizing this, Lionel knew that he couldn't casually rely on the silver tablet any longer, at least not for people he didn't have absolute trust in. He would trust his brothers with his life, but he barely had a surface relationship with the other youths of Earth. He didn't have the luxury of freely believing in them. Hold this, you SOB. Raj swung down a massive hammer of metallic sand. His violent movements caused that layers of fat that coated his body to peel backward and press down, surprisingly revealing the hint of a powerful physique. The latest Corsodies are on the website. This wasn't too surprising to the others. Before the metamorphosis, the strongest of them all in terms of raw power was most definitely between Raj and Arnold. It was too bad he refused to lose weight even after no longer needing it for football. Lionel smiled as he watched them all push the branch family geniuses back. His gaze slowly left the battle, aiming up toward a distant hotel roof. HM, did he see us? So what if he did? Another responded with a yawn. Isn't this a bit too shameless? We should just storm down there and end it all. By the time we're finished, they won't have a place here any longer. Maybe, but it's interesting, don't you think? What the hell is interesting about these weaklings? None of them have Luxnix blood. Of the 2 that do, one of them is clearly not trying very hard, while the other is eating. Yet, despite not having Luxnix blood, or Viola and Montek's blood for that matter, it only takes 50 of them to overwhelm 9 of us. The latest Corsodies are on the website. A snort sounded. Don't us me together with them. Those few down there don't even have 0.20 blood density. Why are you lumping me in? Just shut up about yourself for a second. If you want to be so arrogant, why don't you take that attitude to the Luxnix family estate? Go see how the real geniuses feel about you. The snorter fell into silence, sending a glance over to the man by his side. Anyway, use your head for a second. How is it that a group of youths without a drop of the 3 strongest bloodlines of this sector somehow have the strength to fight back in a 50-on-9 battle against individuals who do have it? Don't you think it's fishy? The rooftop fell into silence. This was indeed a bit surprising. While the numbers looked unfair, it should have been unfair for Earth, not the other way around. Oh, he disappeared. No, he's right here. The 3 shifted their gaze to find Lionel's smiling figure looking back at them. At some unknown time, Lionel had gone from eating his fill to standing on the very same roof as them all. Visit for the best notice and read under G experience. Chapter 11:10. Hello. Lionel smiled lightly, as though he was meeting some old friends. The 3 youths before him were quite unique. They all had golden hair, though not as pure nor as bright as main branch members. However, what truly distinguished them were their eyes. One had a pair of radiant blue irises, another had very warm brown eyes that seemed only a shade or 2 away from amber, and the last very pale green eyes. These were the hallmarks of the top 3 branch families of the Luxnix. There was Kian, the Tier 7 genius of the third-ranked Vora branch, and his pale green eyes. Vaughn, the Tier 7 genius of the second-ranked Strack branch, and his brown, near amber eyes. And finally, there was Run, the Tier 7 genius of the first-ranked Ruaturn branch. Each of these three branches controlled an entire galaxy all to their own and had positions that were quite interchangeable. The gap between them were so close that they were functionally seen as a single unit. In fact, there was a large disparity between themselves and the fourth-ranked branch families and beyond. Lionel couldn't help but note that all of these top-line geniuses were Tier 7. The only exception had been Raya, who was Tier 8. That was likely not a coincidence, but Lionel didn't have enough information or data points to draw a conclusion. Of course, if Lionel had known that Richard Viola, who he had met in the Dimensional Cleanse trial world, was a member of the Viola family, he would have noted that he too had been Tier 7. By then, he might have realized that there was more to this than what it seemed. Kin, Vaughn, and Ren all looked toward one another before looking back toward Lionel. They had been leisurely watching the battle in one moment, but the instant they lost track of Lionel, he had already appeared here. Was it teleportation? But there was at least a half-kilometer distance between themselves and where Lionel had been. How could someone in the fifth dimension teleport so far in a sixth-dimensional world? Their expressions turned serious. I assume that you came here for a reason? Kin, the most abrasive of the three, was the first to recover, dressing down Lionel with his gaze. Visit. For a better user experience, of course. Lionel said lightly. I just wanted to ask you all not to make things too difficult on me and my people. It would be quite a problem if we also had to fight you all too. The three were stunned. What had this man just said? Did they hear correctly? Kian burst into a fit of laughter, slowly standing up from his reclining chair. His green eyes flashed to a peak of emerald for a moment as he took a step forward. Are you asking us to show mercy? Well, if you want to think of it that way, to accept my proposal, sure. Kian's sneer only deepened when he heard this. This is the first time I've ever heard of a Luxnix being so cowardly. Sure, we can agree not to attack you. Just hand over all your resources and scram first. If you didn't even want to fight, why did you come all the way here? To embarrass your ancestors? Not exactly. Lionel responded quite calmly despite Kian's words. How old are you this year? Kian frowned, hearing the line of questioning. However, it wasn't like his age was a secret to begin with. Since Lionel was being so amusing, he thought he would oblige. I'm 102 this year. If you're thinking of using your age as an excuse, I've already been at Tier 7 for 13 years already. If I had wanted to, I could have been in the 6th dimension already. Lionel nodded. Well, the oldest of them is only 23. Don't you think you should show some leeway as their senior? Visit. For the best no-understanding of 3 experience the pupils of the three constricted. What they didn't know was that it wasn't exactly accurate to say that they were 23. After all, many of them had only been in the dimensional verse for 4 to 5 years. On the other hand, these branch family geniuses started training when they were toddlers. It simply wasn't the same. After his initial shock, Kian's face settled back down. I don't know if you're trying to bullshit me or not, but do you take me for a fool? Where would you possibly get so many young fifth-dimensional beings from? And even if by some small miracle you weren't lying, so what? You want me to give up my chance at a bright future because you're all so young and innocent? Even if you were a baby in a stroller, if it meant me claiming a spot among them, I'd stab a knife through your chest without hesitation. Lionel fell into silence when he heard these words. His gaze shifted from Kian to the other two. You're right, he finally said. It was a bit stupid of me to ask for such a thing. Lionel's palm flipped over, and a 3-meter-long, dual-bladed silver spear appeared. Let's fight, then. Within the Luxnix family estate, two familiar young men sat, enjoying the lavish lifestyle they had been living over the last several weeks. It had simply been too long since they had a chance to rest like this. Being in that place had always felt like being in a constant hellish storm. Of course, these two young men were the prim and proper Orinik and the lazy, untidy Ganner. It wasn't much of a surprise, then, That one side of the dining table was filled with clean plates and cleanly cut pieces of meat, while the other looked as though a tornado had passed through. Visit. For the best non-Korean experience, however, at that moment, both young men froze in unison, their gazes turning somewhat vacant, as though they were listening intently to something. Young sirs? Orinik and Ganner were currently being entertained by the geniuses of the Luxnix family. Though Miguel wasn't present, the only 3 youths of this generation to surpass 0.50 bloodline density were. The one who spoke was the youngest and shortest of them. Unlike most of the Luxnix, he had also cut his bright golden hair short, with much of the sides of his head being completely hairless. He was Siller Luxnix, the preeminent genius of the Luxnix main branch's speed arm. When the two recovered their sharpness, Ganner completely ignored the question and went back to eating, but Orinik smiled lightly and explained. We've received word that the first round of the selection event will begin in a month's time. Oh, Siller's gaze brightened. He looked like he was still a child in his early teens, but the truth was that he was well into his 30s already. The second of the 3 geniuses, spoke. He was none other than Eloquent, the preeminent genius of the Luxnix main branch's wisdom arm. He seemed to carry the sharp eyes and slick tongue one would expect from such a person, and he was the tallest of the 3. It seems that it's about time we invite those of the branch families who passed to the family estate. The latest _SODIes are on the website. Chapter 11:11. Lionel's blade flashed, his bronze runes blazing to life as a silver armor covered him from head to toe. The pupils of the 3 constricted. They could tell that this wasn't an armor Lionel summoned. It was rather one that was perfectly integrated with his body. The first possibility was that he had constructed this armor out of exceptionally rare materials that could be fused with organic material. The second possibility was that this was a second lineage factor. Regardless of which the truth was, the objective reality was one thing. Lionel was powerful. Very powerful. As though to agree with their speculation, a strong spatial domain suddenly descended. The 3 youths felt as though it took twice the effort to move the same distance as it had in the past, forcing their expressions into an even more serious state. There was no doubt in their minds that this was an ability of this armor Lionel had just brought out. You want to fight now? Fine. Kian's expression settled down, his own force beginning to roll forward in waves. You must really think that I'm some sort of pushover. Kian's palm flipped over, revealing a glaive almost an entire meter taller than himself. Its polearm was a sleek black, and its blade was a striking, venomous green. The blade itself was somewhat transparent, and even seemed refined of a special sort of glass. However, the instant Kian's snow force erupted forth, it lost all its dullness and began to glow to the point its transparency vanished, leaving behind a blade that was not only almost double the size it had been originally, reaching almost 3 feet in length, but also one that shimmered as though it was made entirely of light. An uncomfortable feeling began to hang in the air. Lionel didn't need to think very much to know that this stickiness on his skin was a poison warning. However, as though he couldn't sense this strangeness at all, he shot forward, his spear drawing an elegant arc in the air. Kian sneered, his own blade swinging downward, but his pupils constricted at the result. The latest _SODIes are on website. Kian had been certain that his weapon would be beyond Lionel's. He currently had a Tier 7 bronze grade glaive in his possession, and it perfect synergized with his abilities. One would be hard-pressed to find a youth with a better weapon than himself. However, the instant they clashed, Kian realized he couldn't have been more wrong. Lionel's spear was actually of the quasi-silver grade. Kian's approach instantly changed. With a skill rarely seen, the instant their blades clashed, he pulled back, his stance shifting. His movement was so swift that it made it difficult to tell anything had happened, but Lionel himself felt as though he had just swung into a target made of cotton. Kian's glaive continued to glide backward, dispersing the strength of Lionel's blow and sweeping it to his back after a sidestep. His gaze lit with greed, but he reined it under control. Lionel might have wielded a spear, but the mechanics and design of it wasn't far from his own glaive, and the length was about the same. He could easily see himself using it. And even if he decided that it wasn't worth his time, he could easily sell it to afford to upgrade his own weapon. Since Lionel had chosen to make an enemy out of him, he didn't mind taking him for all the money he was worth. He is more skilled than anyone I've battled before. The latest courses are on the website. This was the thought that Lionel had almost instantaneously. Lionel had never had any formal training in the spear, and much of what he knew came from himself and cobbling together the insights of the masters of the spear domain. Compared to Kian, who had clearly been wielding a glaive since he was a child, there was a bit of a gap. At least, there was a gap until he activated it. Lionel didn't hesitate, his forehead beginning to pulse with a golden light. Through the visor and helmet of his armor, the shimmering print of a golden spear made itself known. In unison, Lionel pressed forward, wild spear force suddenly erupting around him. In one moment, Kian was effortlessly gliding Lionel's force to a harmless location. In the next, Lionel's spear had flipped in his hands, a second blade cutting toward Kian's neck with a violent momentum. Kian's expression changed. Impossible. Vaughn and Rin no longer remained seated, realizing that this would be a problem instantly. Vaughn and Rin both flipped their palms to reveal two swords. As though by tacit agreement, they pincered Lionel in from both sides. If Lionel dared to continue his strike, he would definitely end up fatally wounded. On one side, Vaughn's swordsmanship was like a rocky avalanche, erratic and alternating between soft mudslides and harsh, rolling boulders. On the other, Rin's swordsmanship was akin to a rippling wave. A single flick of the wrist caused fluid and sudden movements. There was something decidedly beautiful about it all. Visit. For the best known energy experience, the differences were both reflected in the size of their sword. Rin's was barely 2 fingers wide, while Vaughn's was easily 4. One used a single hand while the other insisted on 2. At that moment, though, the three were suddenly shrouded by an oppressive aura. Fear gripped their hearts, and sweat coated their palms, nearly causing their weapons to slip from their hands. Duality. The flickering image of a small man, barely 3 inches tall, appeared above Lionel's head. The instant it did, Lionel's domains seemed to become like unshakable laws of the world, so ingrained into reality that they became as fundamental as gravity itself. All the strength that Kian, Vaughn, and Rin had mustered in that moment was suddenly sapped away, flooding Lionel's own body and filling him with a raging power. Kian's gaze flickered with despair as Lionel's blade reached his neck, drawing blood. The crimson droplets sprinkled to the floor, leaving the hotel roof beneath in eerie silence. More coming. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 11:12. Lionel's blade just barely nicked Kian's skin, the cold glint in his eyes obvious beneath his visor. The 3 youths were shaken. Even though Kian was the only one with a blade to his neck, Vaughn and Rin, who were practically trapped in space, were just as fear-filled. Vaughn and Rin had never stopped piercing their swords forward. It was just that so much of their strength has been sapped by Lionel's duality domain that what once was twice the effort to move the same distance had become over a dozen times the effort. If one didn't look closely, it would seem as though they had been frozen in time. The 3 had been able to pretty much ignore Lionel's spatial domain by diverting their force to counteract it. But when it was paired with this second domain, it felt as though they were small fish swimming against the ocean's tides. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. He used natural spear force, natural spear force, enlightened spear force. These were Lionel's so-called level 1, level 2, and level 3 weapon forces. He might not know their true names due to purposely keeping himself ignorant, but this didn't mean that the same could be said for others. Visit for a better user experience. The moment Lionel's natural spear force erupted, Vaughn and Rin knew that they had still underestimated Lionel. To put these matters into perspective, even in the top 3 branch families of the Luxniks, not a single soul of the younger generation had awakened to their natural weapon force. In fact, each of them could count on a single hand the number of 6-dimensional old monsters who had accomplished this in their families. However, even with that being the case, None of the three of them could take their eyes off of the 3-inch being sitting above Lionel's head. They felt as though their souls were being sucked out of their bodies every time they laid eyes on it, their knees threatening to collapse beneath them. It felt like that small little being was the antithesis of all that was life. It embodied pure death and destruction, as though it wouldn't stop until everything was eradicated. Just looking toward it made them all feel a piercing pain in their heads. Lionel slowly retracted his spear and pierced one end into the ground. I think the result is pretty obvious now, and we don't need to continue, correct? Lionel swept a gaze over the three of them. The latest underscore Sodies are on the website. Kian, Vaughn, and Rin all remained silent, their jaws clenched. By now, Vaughn and Run had lowered their swords. They realized that there wasn't much of a point in continuing. Even if this technique took a lot out of Lionel, something that was very clearly not immediately obvious, it was still more than enough time for him to take them out. Even after several moments of thought, none of them could think of a counter. In all likelihood, even if there was some sort of counter to this, they simply weren't privy to it. Of course, this small figure was the manifestation of Lionel's. Rather than taking the form of something else, it took the form of himself and gave his king's might a tangible representation. In truth, even Lionel hadn't expected his king's might's artistic conception to be so powerful. But he was well aware that this was only one part due to his king's might itself, but at least 2 to 3 parts due to the artistic conception he had chosen. Lionel couldn't help but take another subconscious glance toward his right hip. He felt that even now, he hadn't quite understood just what was in his body and what it represented. Just as Lionel was about to nod and leave, not particularly needing the response of the three of them, a sudden surge of force caught his attention. Lionel's brow furrowed as his head snapped in a certain direction. From this vantage point, he could just barely catch a glimpse of a corner of the long pathway leading up to the 10 hotels. Near the front, there was a large community square laid of stone. Under normal circumstances, such a location would be used for the in and out traffic of vehicles. But with this being the private property of the Luxniks, it wasn't truly used in this way. The latest underscore Sodies are on the website. In that moment, a platform rose up and the large fountain that had taken up the center of the square became a teleportation pad upon which several individuals appeared. Lionel's gaze immediately narrowed. He couldn't see the others because his own hotel blocked the view of them from this viewpoint, but the one he could see left Lionel feeling a tangible pressure. Lionel had no reference for how powerful those of the main branch were, so he had subconsciously believed that the gap between them and the like of Kian, Vaughn, and Run couldn't be too far apart. But it only took this single experience for him to understand just how wrong he was. The gap was enormous. In fact, it was akin to night and day. The two groups might as well have been completely alien to one another. Is that so? Right then, the sound of a sonorous bell resounded. The battle between Lionel's brothers and the people of Earth against those of the 5th, 7th, and 8th branch families came to a halt. Though, unfortunately for the latter group, their sudden stop resulted in many of them getting sucker punched. But who could blame the youths of Earth? After all, they didn't understand the significance of that sound. Whatever rage the branch family youths had about this, though, could only be quickly doused in water. This is an edict of the Luxniks. All those with bloodline densities of 0, 10, and higher are to report here within the next 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in 10 lashes and excommunication from the family. Visit for the best no underscore under 3.5G experience. Chapter 11:13. Lionel's brow raised when he made eye contact with Noah. There was something particularly shifty about Noah's gaze at the moment, as though he wanted to say something or was regretting something, but he also seemed to realize that it was too late to do so. The both of them had been making their way to the front of the hotel after hearing the announcement when they crossed paths. It was immediately obvious to Lionel that Noah was holding back something. It makes sense. Noah probably knows more about the Luxniks than I do, but he isn't a very talkative person to begin with, so he probably didn't know how to start the conversation. Lionel smiled and shook his head. He couldn't decide whether this cousin of his was a block of wood or an adorable teddy bear. Either way, whatever it was, Lionel didn't think it would change much. The fact that those presents had been left for him gave him a clue to something. At the very least, he didn't think that his life would be in danger. He would just greet what came with a smile until it warranted a frown. As for what happened from here on out, there was no point in worrying about it, as he couldn't change it anyway. Lionel patted Noah's shoulder. "Don't worry about it." Noah's brows arched up. For some reason, he felt better after Lionel said this. But he still smiled bitterly on the outside. Lionel could only be so carefree because he didn't have any idea what would likely happen over there. Noah didn't know the full story of what happened back then and had only ever learned some snippets. But he knew enough to know that this was a sticky situation. But, much like Lionel, after seeing the gifts left on his bed, he had a bit of confidence that at least their lives wouldn't be in danger. That was why he chose to come anyway. The latest _Sodies are on website. Noah's gaze turned back to find Kian, Vaughn, and Run. It wasn't only him who noticed this, but the youths of the Muter, Unia, and Cuvan branches did so as well. Seeing the pale state of their faces, many of them were confused, but Noah gave a deep look toward Lionel, who just grinned back. Noah shook his head and didn't say much of anything. It seemed that Lionel had benefited from those gifts far more than he had. The group of youths suddenly froze in place, their eyelashes trembling as their breathing became shallow. The few of them had rounded the final corner to finally lay eyes on the group that had come from the Luxniks. But the instant they did, it felt as though all the oxygen in the surroundings had been sucked away. There were only 3 individuals present. Each of them wore white leather armor, beautifully tailored and perfectly fitted. It followed the curves of the 2 women to perfection and outlined the broad shoulder and chest of the man immaculately. Each had a 12-point star on their lapels and gorgeously embroidered and delicately detailed golden feathers on their tall collars. This was a uniform recognized throughout the whole of the sector, a sign of one of the mightiest and strongest fighting forces of the Luxniks. The Feather Sword Warriors. Such cool uniforms. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel's words almost made Noah fall over. Whatever heavy momentum, the Feather Sword Warriors had faltered as they all looked toward who spoke through the silence with incredulous expressions. The 3 Feather Sword Warriors had no idea how to respond to this. Technically, Lionel had complimented them, so there was nothing to fault him for. However, couldn't he read the atmosphere? And wasn't he supposed to be awed into silence? This wasn't part of the script at all. The male Feather Sword Warrior cleared his throat as the 2 women covered their lips. "Line up," he said coldly. The branch family youths didn't dare to be as nonchalant as Lionel. In the end, they all formed a line facing the 3 Feather Sword Warriors. Though there were thousands in the hotels, most of them were subordinates that didn't meet the 0-10 threshold and relied on the geniuses of their branches for a spot. So, in the end, there were only just over 20 who appeared. In the distance, many peeked in on what was happening, but the Feather Sword Warriors didn't seem to care as the male began to speak. "Today, I will be taking you to the Luxniks family estate." The moment he said these words, a sudden bubbling of excitement took hold. But when he raised his hand to stop it, silence fell once more just as quickly. "My task today isn't just to escort you, but it's to also act as a reminder. Visit. For the best notification experience in 1 month's time, the recruitment of the Void Palace will begin." The excited murmurings returned, but this time they hushed on their own. Many gripped their fists, their eyes lighting up with their hopes and dreams. You all seem very excited by this prospect, but it's clear that this is only because you have no idea what sort of weight the Void Palace name has. There is nothing to be excited about. The Void Palace is a place where those far more talented, far stronger, and far more valiant than you all go to die. The heaviness of the atmosphere amplified, many beginning to choke on their own attempted air intake. The Void Palace is the line of defense that protects the human domain from those who seek to to cause us harm. Being chosen by them means a lifetime of glory, but it also represents a lifetime of responsibility. Today, the Luxnix family will give you a chance to prove yourself and gain their nurturing for the coming month, but what you receive will still depend on your ability. Your bloodline gets you this far, and the rest will be up to you. Step forward. The group of youths did as they were told, and the teleportation platform began to flicker. When the lights faded, they too had vanished. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 11:14. When Lionel's vision cleared, he was greeted by grand golden gates. Unlike the day when the envoys of the Void Palace arrived, they were firmly shut this time around. Familiar motes of light still hung about the skies, illuminating even the day with both a delicate light and a refreshing fragrance. Standing here made even mundane air taste better than usual, the intoxicating feeling filling your lungs to the brink. Lionel's hands slipped into his pockets, his expression hard to read. It was already normally difficult to tell what was going through his head, but at the moment it seemed to be even more so than usual. The three feather-sword warriors stood at the helm waiting beneath the tall gates. The guards on either side of it stood at attention, their faces obscured by their golden armor and their bodies as rigid as statues. Lionel found this situation to be a bit odd. Since the Luxnix should have known they were coming, why was it that the gates were closed? Lionel swept another glance over the surroundings, leisurely taking it all in before his gaze once more landed on the feather-sword warriors. They still stood beneath the gates without movement, but they seemed to be silently communicating with one another. It didn't take a genius to guess that they were confused about what was going on as well. This policy seemed to have changed. The male feather-sword warrior spoke. Ever since that attack, security has been a bit tighter. You know that it's not that simple. It was Lady Fluttering Star Order who commanded us to do this. Visit. For the best known experience, the three fell into silence after they heard these words. Fluttering Star Order was part of the wisdom arm of the main family, but her identity was a bit more sensitive than this. She had also been experiencing the suppression of her other family members for a long while now, and it only seemed to have increased after the envoys of the Void Palace returned. The three feather-sword warriors had expected to face some resistance, but they weren't in position to ignore the orders of a Star Order elder, especially since they were only 0-point feather-sword warriors. They didn't have as much leeway as their 4, 8, and 12-point superiors. To many, they were only considered to be trainees. Knowing the sensitivity of the issue, though they could do so, the three Feather Star warriors didn't dare to command the guards to open the gates. Though their status was low, that was only relative to the true big shots. Anyone who could become a Feather Star warrior was an elite among the main family's geniuses. Mere gate guards couldn't ignore their orders at all. However, whether one could do versus whether one should do something were two completely different matters entirely. To reach their position, these three didn't only have to have combat talent, but they were also very intelligent. They knew how to toe the political line. Fluttering Star Order had informed them to bring the branch family members to the estate, and they had done so. They had even gone out of their way to speak flowery words, and made these kids feel like they truly had a chance to snatch greatness. They had done enough. If the gates were shut here, Fluttering Star Order couldn't blame them. Visit. For the best notification experience, Lionel continued to silently observe this awkward atmosphere as the minutes began to tick by. However, on the inside, his displeasure was already growing. He could make a guess at what was going on. Clearly, not everyone in the Luxnix family were willing to welcome them with open arms, and these Feathersword warriors were caught in the middle of this strife. However, this didn't stop Lionel from disliking the situation in the slightest. Yep, little Black Star, who had found his way back to Lionel's head, patted his forehead with a small paw. At least the little guy had a conscience. Lionel had almost assumed that he would choose letting those girls play with him over following him. The little mink actually seemed to be warning Lionel about his temper, something that made Lionel himself chuckle lightly. Which of them was the older one now? You would think that little Black Star would have come back more bestial after absorbing all that void beast blood, but he was actually like this now. All right, I know. They're a big six-dimensional family. I won't cause trouble. Little black stars paw-patting Lionel's forehead again, but the look in the little guy's I made it obvious that he didn't believe Lionel's words even for one moment. Lionel smiled and shook his head. Maybe I should just leave. How long do they expect to have me wait at this gate? The latest underscore SOTIs are on the website. Lionel hadn't come for the Luxniks to begin with. He had only come here because his grandfather had told him his mother was waiting for him. It was only after coming to this place that he learned about all of this void palace nonsense and realized that this situation might be more complex than he thought. Unfortunately, his mother was nowhere to be seen, and he had no idea how to find her. In fact, it even seemed from those gifts that she didn't want to be found for whatever reason. In that case, why was he wasting his time here then? Having lost his patience, Lionel looked over to Noah. He planned on explaining his thoughts, and then Noah could decide for himself whether to stay or not. However, just when he was going to do so, something caught his attention. On the road on the opposite side of the closed golden gates, a white-robed old woman was walking her way forward. Though her gait seemed slow, her every step took her tens of meters. In just a few blinks, she had made it to the gate with a light smile on her face. "Open the gates." She spoke lightly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Yes." The gate guards didn't dare to hesitate. This was a Star Order elder before them, the now infamous Fluttering Star Order. Visit. For a better user experience. More coming. Smiley face. August 4th, 22. Chapter 11:15. Fluttering Star Order waited patiently as the large golden gates opened. Despite their size, the maintenance performed on them was impeccable. They swung open without the slightest noise. Even the wind itself seemed to still as they moved. The instant the gates opened, the three feather-sword warriors dropped to a single knee. "We greet." Fluttering Star Order waved a hand, and the feather-sword warriors shot to their feet before they could realize what was happening. "There's no need for so much formality. I'll have to thank you three for bringing over these children to me. I appreciate it." The Feather Sword Warriors opened their mouths to say something, but in the end they closed them once more and sighed. The fact that Fluttering Star Order didn't allow them to pay respects to her seemed like an act of humility on the surface, but in practice it was her drawing a clean line between the two of them. On the one hand, this would protect them from the rage of the other Star Order elders. However, it would also mean that whatever relationship they had had with Fluttering Star Order would end from this day forth. Visit. For a better user experience, the Feather Sword Warriors couldn't help but feel complicated at this point. Fluttering Star Order had always been kind to them, but now that she was in need, they had essentially turned their back on her. However, what else could they do? They were just small rowing boats amidst a storm of black waters. Even if they braced themselves for the storm and helped Fluttering Star Order out to the best of their abilities, they would only sink along with her. It was better to have no backing at all than backing that would guarantee your death. Bowing apologetically once more, the three rushed into the estate, quickly vanishing. All the while, Fluttering Star Order hadn't spared them another glance. With a kind smile, her focus had been turned to the Branch family youths. Lionel's gaze narrowed somewhat. He could sense the tension and could feel that this interaction entailed more than their simple words and actions would make it seem. It's clear that their actions made this elder somewhat unhappy. For them to dare to do such a thing, it seems that the situation of the elder isn't very good. That doesn't bode well for the rest of us, it seems. "Hello, I am Fluttering Star Order. You may call me Elder Fluttering for short. I've heard that the Branch families have produced quite some talents in these recent years. It seems that this wasn't incorrect." Fluttering Star Order swept a gaze over them all, but her words felt a bit empty. It was unlikely that an elder of her status would know much about them. Usually, the Branch families would be lucky if even a Feather Sword Warrior came to visit their families, let alone a Star Order elder. Visit. For the best ninja experience, when the Feather Sword Warriors had come pick them up, it had already been greatly surprising to a few. But The sharpest among them could tell that this wasn't exactly something they could be happy about right now. In all likelihood, they had just unwittingly become chess pieces in a game of political struggle. And, to make matters worse, since this elder Fluttering had to stoop so low as to use them of all people, it was clear that her back was against the wall, and she didn't have many other options. Unfortunately, they had even less options than the Feathersword Warriors did. Even if some of them knew, they could only allow themselves to be used. Lionel suddenly felt the distinct lack of Raya. He wondered if she knew that this storm was coming and chose not to participate on purpose. But this was fine too. Unlike the others, he and Noah weren't very afraid of what might happen. In that case, they might as well go with the flow. Fluttering Star Order's expression didn't change from her cheery smile. Good, good. Come with me. Fluttering Star Order turned and walked into the estate. Without a choice, the youths could only follow to her back, many of them wearing heavy expressions. However, Lionel's smile had returned as he strolled forward. The latest Enrich Forsodes are on Enrich website. This will be interesting. The Luxnix family estate is quite large and covers about 100,000 kilometers squared. You can find everything you could ever want or need here without much issue, but there are also many restricted areas you have to be mindful of. Rather than listing them out, though, it will be much easier if I point out to you all the areas you can enter. Like this, a mighty Star Order elder suddenly became the tour guide of 20-odd youths, walking through the family estate while attracting the weird glances and looks of several passers-by. Luckily, none of them dared to question the actions of a Star Order elder. As such, the group traveled deeper and deeper into the Luxnix family estate, eventually reaching a particular section of guest rooms Elder Fluttering had likely prepped for them. However, there was only so long a cover of paper could hide a smoldering fire. Fluttering Star Order, you've grown bold. The voice was a cross of shrill, crass, and hoarse. If Lionel didn't know better, he would have thought that this old woman's vocal cords was forged of a fork and a steel plate. If it wasn't for Lionel's mental fortitude, his spine would have shivered beside itself. The old woman wore a white robe, not much unlike Fluttering Star Order, and she had the lingering marks of a beauty in her old age as well, something both shared. However, this woman's face was far more twisted, and there was the mark of a flickering flame on her forehead. The latest Enrich Forsodes are on Enrich website. Had Lionel been there the day the Void Palace envoys arrived, he would have recognized this woman as Sparking Star Order. It seemed that the Star Order elders were still at a head. Even now, the matter only seemed to have grown worse. Chapter 11:16. The furious aura swept out like a torrent. In that instant, several of the Branch family youths shivered and fell, their faces paling with fear. How could they possibly match up to the momentum of a sixth-dimensional expert? Even someone who had just stepped into the sixth dimension would be enough to shake them to their core, let alone Sparking Star Order, who was just a few steps from the seventh dimension. Fluttering Star Order frowned, releasing her own momentum to counter Elder Sparking. One side was like a raging wildfire, and the other was a delicate breeze. They met in the middle and clashed, shooting up and dispersing into the air. However, the result was enough to send hurricane-force winds spiraling into the surroundings. The leaves of several tall trees and the well-kempt grass pastures fluttered wildly, much of the greenery nearly being ripped from their branches to fall to their deaths. Fluttering Star Order turned back first to see if the youths were all right. She hadn't thought that Sparking Star Order would be shameless enough to directly target them from the very beginning, so her guard hadn't quite been up. She had been ready for a war of words, but it seemed that she had underestimated the vicious nature of her opponent. Several of the youths lay on the ground, coughing up blood. But Fluttering Star Order's pupils constricted when she realized that there were two youths who were standing amidst the wild winds as though nothing had happened. Toward this result, even Sparking Star Order frowned lightly, not having expected this either. Of course, these Star Order elders didn't know that Noah and Lionel were fairly immune to such coercive attacks, at least within a certain threshold. Now that Lionel had a better understanding of emperors and kings' might, he too understood this as well. Because of this lineage factor, their focus states had always innately placed pressure on others, and it also gave them a boost to their mental defenses. The lineage factor born of Earth's Fox family was clearly not simple. You have a lot of nerve targeting my guests like this, Sparking Star Order. Visit. For the best known experience, Fluttering Star Order quickly regained her bearings, her gaze sharpening. Her expression wasn't as ferocious as Sparking Star Order's had been, but the solemnity in her tone was more than enough to bring her point across. Elder Sparking snapped out of her stupor, her shock settling into a sneer. Your guests? Do you take me for a fool? You're wasting valuable family resources on trash. Valuable resources? Never mind the fact that I have yet to give them anything. How valuable are treasures of the fifth dimension? You really have the face to say you worry about the scarcity of something the family has so much of? Sparking Star Order's expression darkened. In the past, Fluttering Star Order had never been so combative. When the envoys arrives, Sparking Star Order and the others realized that Elder Fluttering's words were a bit more biting than they usually were as well. They had already decided that after the selection of the Void Palace was over, that they would find a method to expel her from the Star Order. However, it seemed that what they had forgotten to consider was the fact that maybe Fluttering Star Order was being so abrasive precisely because she was prepared to counterattack in the first place. It was only after seeing how sharp Fluttering Star Order's reply was that this finally sunk in for Sparking Star Order. But what gave Fluttering Star Order so much confidence? She was facing up against almost the whole of the Star Order Council. Even if the neutral parties were ignored, that still left about 60% of the council, while Fluttering Star Order was practically all alone. Sparking Star Order's gaze narrowed further. She wasn't a fool, nor did she believe that Fluttering Star Order was a fool either. Right at that moment, the door to the building behind Sparking Star Order opened to reveal the head of a beautiful young woman with a strong jaw. Her red-gold hair was especially striking beneath the shimmering sunlight as her eyes blinked innocently. Visit. For a better user experience, Sparking Star Order looked back for a moment, the gears of her mind churning. Raya? Lionel's brows arched, his own expression remaining placid, but the smile on his face curling all the more. He suddenly felt like this matter was only getting more interesting. What are you doing, Raya? Properly greet your elders. Ah, yes, right, grandmother. Raya pretended to have forgotten basic etiquette as she scrambled to Sparking Star Order's front, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Elder Sparking. Sparking Star Order snorted, hardly acknowledging the greeting as her gaze shifted back to Fluttering Star Order. You believe that you can turn the tables by relying on the Void Palace? You are truly too naive. Do you think that just anyone can gain a place? Oh, Fluttering Star Order chuckled. Now you want to give the Void Palace its due respect? Just a few weeks ago, it was this very Elder Sparking who had raged about the Void Palace, sending 2 Galaxy-rank students to them. Now she wanted to paint a grandiose picture of a Void Palace? How two-faced. Sparking Star Order didn't react much to this taunt. Much of her over-the-top temper was nothing more than a facade. The reality was that she was very good at controlling her emotions. It was just that sometimes the impact of a Karen was far better than a docile elder. This image also allowed her to step outside the bounds of the rules from time to time to get things done her way faster. After all, an emotional elder, especially an elder woman, gained a lot of leeway from many people by default. How could she not take advantage? Visit. For the best known experience, regardless of how I feel about the Void Palace, the fact you want to rely on branch family trash to dig yourself out of a hole of your own creation speaks for itself. Fluttering Star Order inwardly sneered. Obviously, these branch family members are just a cover so that she could rightfully bring her granddaughter in to enjoy the resources of the Luxniks. Sparking Star Order definitely knew this as well, but that wouldn't stop her from taking multiple digs. In addition, Sparking Star Order continued unperturbed. What use is it? Will any of them rank higher than Miguel? By that point, Want all these petty games you're playing be meaningless? This time, Fluttering Star Order couldn't hold back her smile in the slightest. Miguel? What does he have to do with you? In fact, if I recall correctly, Miguel no longer has any close blood-related relatives remaining. What right do you have to claim any piece of his success? However, Fluttering Star Order's voice suddenly became so low that only someone as powerful as Sparking Star Order could possibly pick up on it. I have an outstanding granddaughter, and my grandson not only has 50 blood density while in the fifth dimension, but he is also the head of the Wisdom Arm's younger generation. What do you have? The latest Corsodis are on our website. Sparking Star Order's body went rigid before she saw red. Her lack of descendants was her biggest reverse scale. Feeling it being pierced through with such venom filled her with such rage that she was about to erupt. Chapter 11:17. Author's note. Fluttering Star Order is not Lionel's grandmother. She is simply someone who sided with Lionel's grandmother at the time and received backlash for it. Now, she's trying to carve out a path for herself. Fluttering Star Order no longer held back with her words. She knew well what kind of scar this was for Sparking Star Order, especially considering how she had lost her descendants to begin with. But Fluttering Star Order no longer cared about these matters of decorum. Considering how far these matters had gone, even if she wouldn't lay all her cards face up just yet, she wasn't far from doing so either. Sparking Star Order's rage suddenly became a dark laughter. The smoldering heat of her fury simmered almost tangibly. For a moment, she truly almost lost control of herself. After she began to use this facade of a short-tempered woman, it had ironically been a very long time since anyone had blatantly provoked her in this way, so she was unused to it. It seemed that her acting skills had gotten just a bit too good. Good. Sparking Star Order nodded. They'll take your words under advisement. Sparking Star Order lightly tapped her bulbous walking stick, her body vanishing in a flutter of butterflies formed of flames. Before they knew it, she was gone. Raya, who had just been politely bowing to Sparking Star Order, straightened out her body and looked toward her grandmother. She never knew that her grandmother had such a sharp mouth, but this only made her feel even more guilty than usual. For a usually mild-tempered woman like her grandmother to act like this now, it could be imagined how much hardship she had experienced in these past several years. Raya gripped her fists tightly. She had to claim a spot in the Void Palace for her grandmother. Only in that way could she wash away the years of humiliation she had suffered. Visit. For a better user experience, Fluttering Star Order patted her granddaughter's head with a doting expression before turning back to the rest. For the next month, you all can stay here. As I've said before, there are many areas you cannot cross into. If you die at the hands of someone you offend, there will be nothing I can do for you. For the duration of these matters, you'll be under the leadership of my granddaughter. Her expression turned far more serious as she continued. So long as you can follow instruction and work hard, there will be benefits. If not, Fluttering Star Order didn't finish her words, but the Branch family youths, many of whom were still on the ground, wheezing from the earlier confrontation, felt that this woman might very well be far less amiable and caring than they had originally thought. Raya swept a gaze over the youths and shook her head. It landed on Lionel and Noah before her brows scrunched up. She remembered Lionel and Noah and even remembered how they had met. But, for some reason, she felt fuzzy on some things. She shook her head, and everything seemed to go back to normal. They performed better than the others. I think their bloodline density was above 20. That must be why I have a good impression of them. Raya thought to herself before sighing once again. Grandmother might be being a bit too harsh with this approach. Raya shook her head once more and threw such thoughts away. Visit. For a better user experience, I'll leave these matters to you, little Raya. With that, Fluttering Star Order vanished as well, a gentle brush of wind being left in her wake. Lionel stared at where the elder had disappeared, his expression fused with a mixture of amusement and coldness. He didn't need to understand the full story to know that even if Fluttering Star Order wasn't so bold as to call them trash like Sparking Star Order had, she didn't think of them very much differently at all. There was no doubt in Lionel's mind that their role here was likely to act as cannon fodder for Fluttering Star Order's granddaughter and her grandson as well. As for what they were needed as fodder for, it was likely to be the Void Palace's selection. Lionel wasn't entirely sure how it worked, so he could only guess this to be the case. But he didn't believe that he was very far off either. So this is the Luxnix family, huh? Lionel's expression gradually lost much of its amusement to be left with nothing but indifference. Now that things had come this far, Lionel knew he couldn't leave. Never mind whether or not Fluttering Star Order would allow that, but considering how frequently that woman had mentioned how they weren't allowed to roam about the estate randomly, even mentioning how they might be killed, it was clear that this was a not-so-silent hint at just how caged they were. Visit. For a better user experience, Fluttering Star Order's stance couldn't have been more obvious. She hadn't gotten their names, didn't ask about their abilities, and she hadn't even double-checked if they really had 0, 10 bloodline density or not. It was as though it simply didn't matter to her. Lionel crossed his arm over his chest, entering a state of absolute calm. Raya suddenly snapped out of her own thoughts. Right, I will see if I can call someone over from the healing arm to help you all out. I will be right back. In the meantime, feel free to choose your rooms if you can move. The door that's closed and locked is mine, but you can choose from any of the other ones. Raya rushed away after saying these words. Clearly, the previous restrictions Fluttering Star Order had mentioned didn't apply to her in the slightest. But this much was to be expected. After all, if the grandchild of the Star Order Elder couldn't move around freely, then who could? Of course, Lionel had no idea just how ironic this thought of his was. Without moving, Lionel turned his gaze over to Noah. The both of them made eye contact, and the displeasure hidden deep within their irises didn't escape the other. I feel like you had something to tell me before, right? Lionel asked. The latest _up_SODIes are on the website. Chapter 11:18. Lionel and Noah entered the building. It was quite the luxurious place, even several levels above the hotel the two had just been in. Lionel could feel that there was a force-gathering force art embedded into the building itself, making him feel as though he gained twice the results with half the effort in this place. The pair eventually realized that the so-called locked door Raya referred to was the entire top floor. It would have been a bit naive of them to believe after what happened before that their accommodations would be exactly the same, but after seeing the truth of it all, they couldn't help but laugh coldly. The two ended up in the dining room. There wasn't a large spread of food, but there were some small servings of fruit and snacks. Lionel had never gotten the chance to finish eating, so he just took what he could get. Noah sat across from him, seemingly hesitating on how to start. But in the end, he just shook his head. I don't know the full details of the story. All I know is what I've managed to pick up from the conversations of Imperial Grandfather and Father. They also don't seem to like to talk about it often. Or, more accurately, Imperial Grandfather can't be bothered. Whenever Imperial Grandfather is finished with a topic, it's too difficult to get him to open back up again. Visit. For a better user experience, to start. The relationship between Imperial Grandfather and Grandmother is quite estranged. Though Imperial Grandfather has never said that they are divorced, it's functionally no different. I have never met Imperial Grandmother, but from my understanding, she is likely somewhere in the Luxnix estate, secluded from others. I'm not sure she would even be aware of our arrival or not. As for what separated our Imperial grandparents, I wasn't sure at first, but the matter is likely related to you. Sometime in the past, not long after you were born, you were entrusted to Imperial Grandmother. Your birth was very hard on Imperial Aunt from my understanding, and she very nearly died. This caught many off guard because it wasn't something even the healing arm of the Luxnix predicted. Mothers sometimes face trouble during childbirth when the father comes from a far higher dimensional world, but it was thought that Imperial Aunt wouldn't have this issue due to her talent. Not only was Imperial Aunt already at the 6th dimension at the time, but she was also the wielder of Earth's world spirit. The amount of life, energy, and vitality should have dwarfed most women, even of seventh-dimensional worlds. Regardless of what reasons there might have been, Imperial Ant's condition was a matter of life and death after your birth. Imperial Grandfather couldn't do anything from Earth, and Imperial Ant had wanted to give birth by Imperial Grandmother's side, so she chose to do so in the Luxnix estate. The result was Imperial Ant's life hanging by a thread and your father having no choice but to take her away. I have no idea where your father took Imperial Ant to be treated, but I do know that she came back healthy and feeling better than she ever had. The trouble, though, came in what happened while they were gone. Visit. For a better user experience, though I'm not certain of where your father took Imperial Ant, it must have been either a very dangerous location or at least one greatly inconvenient to take a child. As a result, you were left with Imperial Grandmother. This is the point in the story where I have the largest gaps. I only have certain speculations. Something was done to you in the absence of your father and Imperial Ant. Imperial Grandmother likely trusted the wrong people. Back then, Imperial Grandmother's status in the Luxnix family was very high, maybe only short of 1 or 2 people, if that. Due to that, she carried the weight of many duties. Your father and Imperial Ant were gone for far longer than anyone expected. As such, things reached a point where there were certain duties that Imperial Grandmother couldn't continue to put off. As such, you were put into the care of people Imperial Grandmother thought she could trust, and the result was something being taken from you. As for what that something was, I also have no idea. Noah gazed into Lionel's eyes, but all he saw was a vast abyss looking back at him. From the start of the story to this point, Lionel hadn't spoken a single word, nor did he interrupt or show any sort of reaction. The latest _SODIes are on website. However, Noah could feel it. That abyss in his eyes only seemed to be getting deeper. The fact Lionel had long since stopped eating spoke volumes. This middle portion of the story is too muddled for me to give you any great details. What I do know is that whatever was taken from you also placed you on the brink of life and death. You had gone from a very healthy baby boy, likely a size too big for a child your age, to practically a shriveled-up corpse. Had Imperial Grandmother not found you in time, it was very likely that you would have died. I'm not sure where in this timeline your father and Imperial Ant came back, but it was decided that the only way to save you was to bring you back to Earth. As for why that is, I'm not sure either. Unfortunately, Imperial Ant had already become a student of the Void Palace. Under normal circumstances, she should have been executed for getting pregnant while having this duty in the first place. But the Void Palace, for whatever reason, looked the other way. Having already bent their rules once, they couldn't allow Imperial Ant to bend them again to remain by your side, so she was forced to return. Lionel's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest. However, his mind was a different story. When he first awakened his dream force, all of his memories had returned like a flood. And yet, he had only remembered his mother's face, but he didn't remember his grandfather or grandmother. Why was that? The latest _SODIes are on website. You actually brought us here to tend a branch family trash. Do you think my time is so worthless? A sudden sharp voice carried in from the outside to reach the ears of the pair of cousins. Lionel gently placed a half-eaten fruit down on the plate before him and walked out with slow and deliberate steps. Chapter 11:19. Noah raised a hand to say something, but in the end he just sighed. Forget it. Imperial Ant is probably somewhere, right? If not, Imperial Grandmother definitely is. Maybe if he makes a large enough commotion, ITLL alert her before we die. Noah rose up and followed after Lionel. Lionel stepped out the building to find a fuming Raya and a group of 3 youths, each of whom wore expressions that were a cross of unhappy and sneering. Raya's height was shorter than theirs, and it really seemed as though they were towering over her. Lionel swept a glance over the situation before stepping past them toward the Branch family youths. After hearing that Raya was going to get help, Lionel had decided to leave them be. After all, He was in an odd situation and wasn't exactly sure whether he should be showing off his talents or not. The attitude of Fluttering Star Order was difficult to read. However, Lionel couldn't be bothered to care right now. Why can't you just do as I've asked? They might be branch talents, but they still have Luxnick's blood. What would outsiders think if you just let them die? They still have Luxnick's blood? Don't make me laugh. How could 0.10 density garbage possibly be considered to have Luxnick blood? I could piss out a stream with higher density than that. Raya was immediately furious. He knew that if it was another Tier 8 talent on her level, or even if it was her cousin, they wouldn't dare to say these things. Even if her cousin asked them to treat a homeless man by the roadside, they would do so without hesitation. It was only because she was she that things had devolved to this level. They still had to give her respect due to who her grandmother was, but they didn't have to go overboard and bend their backs over either. The fact they had come here was enough, and no one could criticize their action already. In fact, even if they had rejected her, nothing would happen. Seeing the silence of Raya, the leading youth, a young man by the name of Alphen, sneered. However, his expression faltered a bit when he noticed Lionel. The latest __ SODIes are on _ the website. After a bit, he sneered. You're even stowing away more trash in your personal courtyard. To think that you'd waste the family lands like this. Alphen was already unsatisfied himself because he had yet to earn such a place. He could only stay with his branch of the main family or in the collective housing of the healing arm. Only those of the 6th dimension or 5th dimensional talents with great contributions could have a courtyard of their own. It was no wonder he was jealous. Lionel didn't even seem to hear Alphen, something that greatly displeased him. Though the branch youths on the ground tried to hide it, Alphen could sense their trembling rage toward his words. And yet, Lionel had treated him like he was air. As though that wasn't bad enough, a second young man came out not long after and swept a gaze by him. However, Noah too didn't react much to the words of Alphen. Lionel stopped before the youths and looked them over one by one. After a while, he made a decision. Snowy Grace. Lionel reached out a hand, and his snow force erupted. The pressure was so great that Raya's pupils constricted, and Alphen, along with the two that came with him, took a step back. At that moment, delicate snowflakes began to fall upon the 20 or so youths, mimicking the falling feathers of Lionel's healing branch talent. Compared to Lionel's self-created mage art, this technique was leaps and bounds more potent. With just a bit of effort, more than 20 geniuses who each had strength near and at Tier 7 felt as though they had been given a new lease on life. That's... Alphen's brow furrowed as he watched Lionel help Vaughn up. Visit. For the best no_NG experience, thank you. Vaughn said, feeling a bit complicated. Lionel shook his head. It was a small effort. You. Alphen's voice cut through what remained of the thank yous the branch family youths wanted to speak. How do you know a core technique of our main family? Alphen's tone carried a hint of danger to it. If before he had just been here to poke some fun and throw out some insults, he was now deadly serious. The technique that Lionel had just used was one of the very best of the healing branch. Just to exchange for it took many decades of storing up merit points. Alphen himself was still 2 or 3 years away from being able to afford it, and he had only ever seen seniors much older than him or youths far more talented than himself cast it. Alphen, Raya finally snapped. Do you think you can just treat my people however you want? If you want to come up with a lie, shouldn't it be far better than that? How could he possibly know such a technique? Alphen's expression darkened. Piss off, you know nothing. He continued to glower at Lionel's back. That technique was Snowy Grace. It's easily ranked top 3 among 5th dimensional healing techniques and is known for its area of effectability. If I don't hear a proper explanation today, don't blame me for ignoring who your grandmother is. Raya's face warped. She realized then that if Alphen was willing to bring up her grandmother, he definitely wouldn't be making up nonsense. Her gaze couldn't help but turn toward Lionel. Just what was going on? Who would have expected, though, for Lionel to completely ignore Alphen entirely? He turned back, walking toward Raya's courtyard. It seemed for a moment that he was coming up to them, But it was exactly because of this that it was so shocking when he simply walked right by, not sparing Alphen a single glance. Visit. For a better user experience, Alphen was so infuriated that he began to laugh. Trash of the Branch families actually dared to treat him like this? Before Raya could awaken from her shock, Alphen had already moved. The wind crackled and popped as his fist aimed for Lionel's back. He didn't reserve himself in the slightest. In fact, he had struck to kill. The death of a mere Branch family member wouldn't even be a stain on his record. For the crime of daring to ignore him and actually having the audacity to steal techniques from the Luxnick's main family. This was exactly what he deserved. Bang! A cloud of dust shot into the skies as the surrounding grass and soil catapulted upward. Raya's expression changed. She rushed forward, cutting through the plume of falling soil. But what she found on the other side froze her in her tracks. Alphen's back bent, and a mouthful of blood shot for his lips like a bullet. Lionel stood over him, his fist still pointed downward and his gaze partially obscured by his dangling hair. Flickering bronze runes danced across his skin before they slowly faded, making them look no different from an illusion of the light. Alphen's right arm was bent at a disgusting angle, but this was the least of his problems. With the way his back contorted as it pressed into the ground, it was clear that his spine was deformed and practically all the bones of his torso were broken. Visit. For the best known experience, Raya's chest heaved as Alphen's eyes rolled to the back of his head, looking into the sky with a face frozen of shock and fear. Raya's heart stopped beating entirely. A member of the Branch family had just crippled a genius of the main family. It was all over. Chapter 11:20. Lionel's fist dripped with blood that wasn't his own, his forehead flickering with the light of a golden spear. In that moment, he had activated his duality domain and, let alone harming Lionel, Alphen had had all his strength sucked away in an instant. Their exchange had become akin to a toddler throwing a fist at an adult. With the difference in the toughness of their bodies, Alphen was crushed near instantaneously. However, the smoldering abyss of Lionel's gaze didn't seem to calm in the slightest. He slowly rose to his full height as the loose soil fell back down to the earth, and the true state of things was revealed to those beyond Raya. In that moment, the snide sneers of the two who had followed Alphen froze, their expressions warping. Lionel's gaze didn't spare them a glance. He simply turned and walked away. Raya was stunned. Why was he still acting like nothing had happened? Why wait? Raya called out, but she found Noah instead of her true target. The latest _SODs are on website. I'm not sure if you want to be so eager to talk to him right now. Honestly, he's not the biggest fan of you either. Raya choked on air. What the hell did she do? Her expression changed. She had felt a bit bad about what her grandmother was doing, but that was all. Maybe, on a deeper level, she felt that this was more of an opportunity for these Branch family youths than a detriment. In many cases, those that thought and acted like her were the worst kind of people. They had enough sympathy to understand, but ultimately their own goals superseded whatever inner moral compass they had. Raya hadn't thought so deeply, so while she was off-put by Noah's words in the beginning, a slight resentment and an unwillingness to accept them came soon after. Her lips downturned into a frown as she immediately took the moral high ground. Do you have any idea what your cousin has done? Raya's head snapped back toward the two youths who still remained. But they had seemingly long taken their cue to run, not wanting to be the next victim. Raya immediately had thoughts of silencing them. But this was obviously not for Lionel's sake, but rather her own. The trouble that this event would bring wasn't something that her grandmother was ready to deal with just yet. This area had just taken the clash of two six-dimensional experts, and yet no one had come to check up on them. The only reason why there was such damage here was because this soil was rich in nutrients and loose. Its structural integrity was inherently not very high to begin with. That was to say that in such a sturdy six-dimensional world, the ripples of battle didn't carry very far. Visit. for the best NG experience that seemed to make silencing these youth possible. But the issue was that too many had seen Raya go over to ask for help. And on top of that, these weren't nameless youths. They weren't anywhere near the top-line geniuses of the Luxnick's main family, but they still had quotas and responsibilities. Their absence would be noted. At best, she would be able to hide this matter for 2 or 3 days before it blew up at her face. And because she had silenced them, the backlash would be even worse. Damn it, there's no other choice but to let him take the fall for it. I have to inform grandmother so she can deal with the aftermath. If things aren't properly handled, Grandma's enemies could use this to deal with us all. Noah simply gazed toward Raya and shook his head. Did the current Lionel seem like he cared about how much trouble he caused now? Lionel walked through the dining room and entered into the kitchen. Hey, what are you doing here? This place isn't. One of the many cooks of the courtyard frowned when they saw Lionel. They had all been preparing a large feast for the youths who were coming today, so they had already been working all day. All of them were force pill crafters, so it was safe to say that they had plenty of arrogance of their own. Though, whether this arrogance was right or not was a different matter entirely. These were clearly still apprentice force pill crafters. Why would Fluttering Star order truly go all out for a bunch of branch family youths? Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel, though, completely ignored them. His hand reached into an open oven with billowing flames and took out an enormous beef spread. The force pill crafter's expression warped. Originally, they had wondered if this young man had a death wish. The flames in that oven were enough to incinerate a fifth-dimensional beast to ash. Who in their right mind would reach their hands in there? Yet, not only had Lionel come out unscathed, his finger flickered with spear force several times to cut the beast carcass into edible chunks. Taking a massive silver plate for himself, he placed the pieces down and began to eat. From start to end, his slow and deliberate steps didn't seem to change. He walked out from a kitchen, his feet lighting up with sparkling lights. Hidden force arts of Raya's courtyard began to activate one after another. But, after a subtle whirring noise, they calmed back down. Lionel cleaned bone after bone, his stomach churning like a furnace of its own. He subconsciously circulated a digestion technique of the Luxnicks, speeding up his already fast metabolism. One would have never thought that he was a person who had just sentenced himself to death. It was like he was truly strolling through his own home. Noah saw this scene and shook his head. Others saw leisure, but he saw a war machine restocking its fuel. The eerie efficiency, the unemotive and lack of care for the searing heat touching his fingers, the bloody juices that fell from the uncooked meat. A monster, indeed. At that moment, a strong aura descended upon the courtyard. Visit. For a better user experience, grandmother, Raya finally sighed in relief. Chapter 11:21. Fluttering Star Order frowned. She hadn't expected to come back here so soon. It had only been barely a dozen or so minutes since she left, if that. Had this matter occurred just a few minutes later, she wouldn't have been able to return at all, as she had many things to handle with her status. At the same time, she was baffled by it all. How, exactly, had things gone awry so soon? Fluttering Star Order didn't immediately ask her granddaughter any questions and instead looked around. When she saw Alfin's half-dead body, her gaze narrowed. Raya, did you do this? Didn't I already warn you? No, grandmother. It wasn't me, that's the problem. It was one of the branch family youths. Fluttering Star Order's brows furrowed. Her immediate thought was that that was impossible. Even with what she had planned, it would take the entire month to squeeze out the potential of these youths. And even then, they would have to fight a long and drawn-out battle just to match a person like Alfin. The idea that one could defeat Alfin in just a dozen or so minutes made little to no sense. However, she didn't believe that her granddaughter would lie like this either. Raya knew how important these matters were to her, and she wouldn't mess around unnecessarily. Seeing her grandmother's confusion, Raya quickly described the events as succinctly as she could. It was only after this that Fluttering Star Order came to grasp the details. Unfortunately, this did nothing to alleviate her state. If what her granddaughter said was true, this would be troublesome. She agreed with Raya's decision to let the youths go. It would only make things worse to try to detain them or to even go as far as to silence them. But the weight of everything else would be troublesome. Visit. For a better user experience, there's only one choice, then. This boy will have to bear the weight of his own actions. Fluttering Star Order didn't think much of Lionel's victory. Alphen was as average got in the Luxnick's main family. Plus, she had already noticed something off about Lionel and Noah after they withstood Elder Sparking's aura. As far as she was concerned, it was just a small surprise, as well as a shame that Lionel didn't have the ability to control his temper. Obviously, Lionel could have been a great help to her granddaughter. Luckily, there was still Noah. Hopefully, he would bring her a pleasant surprise as well. Where is he? Come out, no. Just as Fluttering Star Order was about to force Lionel out, a sudden voice called out to her. Esteemed Elder, please wait. Fluttering Star Order's frown only deepened when she realized the one who had interrupted her was actually Kian, one of the branch family youths. In fact, he was from one of the top 3 branches Lionel had defeated before coming here. Everything had been happening so quickly that everyone almost forgot that there were still 20-odd youths in various states of injured waiting outside the courtyard. Most had recovered enough to stand, but the neglect they were experiencing was palpable. He only antagonized the healing arm member to help us. And he attacked him first. Visit. For the best known experience, it seemed to sap Kian of all his strength to say these words beneath Fluttering Star Order's gaze. That said, how could Fluttering Star Order have not already deduced these things? In her mind, it was likely that Lionel was a bastard child of someone of decent status within the main family. This individual likely broke the rules by giving Lionel a technique he shouldn't have, which led to this result. But now, someone had to pay a price. Even if the Luxnick's family were magnanimous enough to treat the life of a main family member and a branch family member the same, and thus could grant Lionel reprieve since he was attacked first, what could be done about the core technique? This didn't even mention the fact the Luxnick's family would never see it like that, and that was especially so for Fluttering Star Order's enemies. The life of a branch family member could never match up to a main family member. It was to the point where Alphen wouldn't even be punished had Lionel died. Fluttering Star Order shook her head, causing the hearts of the youths to sink. She turned her attention back toward the courtyard, prepared to use her aura to coerce the youths out and make it clear that she had no intention of protecting Lionel. But who could have expected for Lionel to walk out himself? Fluttering Star Order opened her mouth to speak, but that was when Lionel's gaze swept over her. It wasn't just Lionel, but the little mink atop his head suddenly made her feel greatly uncomfortable. Little Blackstar bared his teeth, feeding off of Lionel's displeasure. Visit. For a better user experience in the end, though, Fluttering Star Order was still a Star Order elder who had experienced far too much life. Not only this, but she was well into the 6th dimension and could be considered to be only a few steps from the 7th as well. Her falter only lasted a split moment of a split moment. But by then, shockingly enough, Lionel had already looked away from her. He didn't seem to be looking for her approval, nor did he care what her judgment was. In that moment, a surge of snow force erupted, 2 magnificent wings appearing to Lionel's back, each one stretching out over 10 meters. With a single leap, both Lionel and Noah landed on top of the building, sitting near the edge as though they were waiting for something. Fluttering Star Order was stunned into silence. Those wings, even though they were illusory, they would only appear when one was just a step away from the Speed Branch's 3rd awakening. What was going on here? Now Fluttering Star Order could understand why an elder would take the risk of giving their bastard child a core technique while breaking so many of the family rules in doing so. But that still didn't change anything. Fluttering Star Order's body flickered, her figure appearing above where Lionel and Noah now sat in wait. By the expression on her face, her patience was already wearing thin. She had endured so much humiliation over the last several decades, just so that she could have this chance. She had no intention of allowing a brat who thought too much of himself to ruin it all. Her pressure descended downward like a tsunami of waves, her gaze as cold as ice. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 11:22. Lionel tilted his head upward, not even the slightest hint of a rippling wave to be found within his irises. Get the fuck out of my way. Despite what one would expect, there was nothing different about Lionel's voice. It hadn't deepened, it wasn't hoarse, it didn't carry any rage or forcefulness. One would have thought he was speaking about the weather. Fluttering Star Order was stunned by the evenness of it all at first. In fact, she was so stunned that she didn't register what was said until a moment later. It was only then that her stunned expression warped toward the edge of shock and then unbridled rage. No matter how mild-tempered Fluttering Star Order was, how could she still remain so now? Even her enemies didn't dare to speak to her in this way, least of all a junior she could kill with a single palm. Below, Raya's own expression changed. Did Lionel not understand the situation he was in? Even if her grandmother had no intention of saving him, she was still his only hope at coming out of this slightly less scathed. To slap the face of your potential benefactor like this, what was he thinking? Junior, do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Fluttering Star Order's words boomed, violent wind force spiraling about the surroundings. She bobbed in the skies as though she was as light as a feather, her fury on full display. Isn't it all the same? Lionel replied plainly. Aren't you all the same? Just more worthless people overvaluing themselves above others. Even I don't deem myself to be above another. What right do you have to? Visit. For a better user experience, Noah's expression changed wildly for the first time. His gaze snapped to Lionel's side profile, as though he was looking at someone he didn't recognize in the slightest. Why did it feel like these words were both spoken by Lionel and someone who was decidedly not Lionel? It was as though he had taken on the character of someone completely different, but it was impossible to tell until he opened his mouth to speak. What did you just say to me? Fluttering Star Order couldn't withhold her fury any longer. Her palm raised into the skies with every intention of obliterating Lionel where he stood. However, Lionel's words seemed to continue like a slow stream, unhurried and unbothered. I don't know much about force pill crafting, but I can recognize breaking force when I see it. To have prepared so many force herbs infused with such force, what were your plans exactly? To squeeze out all the potential of us branch family members? Fluttering Star Order froze. And then what? Have us ride the wave of excitement, being ever thankful to the Luxnick's main family for our rapid improvement? Maybe we would even be so grateful that we would lay our lives on the line for the sake of glory your granddaughter would be the greatest partaker of. Now that I think about it, maybe those of us that died would be the luckier ones, because those who survived would soon find that they wouldn't be able to progress even a single step afterward. They would probably end up thrown to the side like useless trash after you were finished, right? Fluttering Star Order's lashes fluttered. She was ultimately not a person who was so ruthless. It was easy for her to deal with the guilt when no one else was aware of it, but having things so blatantly laid out like this, she felt a deep shame. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel had simply learned too much about breaking force in recent months. And, using his dream sculpt and dream simulation abilities, deducing the end result was as easy as breathing. Not all breaking force was created equal. Lionel completely ignored Fluttering Star Order's internal struggle, his foot lightly tapping the roof of the large mansion. In that moment, the ground began to rumble for enormous pillars beginning to rise up from the earth. They all shimmered with a blinding silver luster, etched with all sorts of ancient and enigmatic patterns. Fluttering Star Order's expression changed. She couldn't really grasp what was going on, but as someone with high snow force affinity, her internal sight was likewise powerful. She gained a general understanding in just a breath. Lionel breathed out a heavy breath, showing the first signs of an emotion for the last several moments. However, it wasn't anger, relief, or happiness. Rather, it was just fatigue, something so rudimentary that even a beast could have displayed it. And yet, right then, an inconspicuous necklace around his neck began to glow as force surged toward it, slowly replenishing Lionel. "When you go," Lionel began to state plainly, his palm flipping over to reveal the Northern Star pendant. "Tell your counterparts that I've come for what's mine. When I go." "Wait, is that?" At that moment, a gripping force took hold of Fluttering Star Order's body. A strong spatial force caught her completely off guard. Before she realized what was happening, her body flickered and disappeared. Visit. For a better undersea user experience, when Fluttering Star Order reappeared, she found herself in a random corner of the Luxnix estate, an expression of shock plastered onto her wizened features. "My counterparts? What counterparts do I still have? Grandma, what did you do to my grandmother?" Raya's shrill cry came from below. But if even a Star Order elder could be teleported away, if Lionel didn't want her to move, she wouldn't move. Lionel stood atop the mansion as though he hadn't heard a thing Raya said. His expression was just as indifferent as always, the abyss that was his gaze staring off into the distance. No one could tell what he was thinking. Noah's looked toward the pillars. He could tell that even now, Lionel hadn't quite recovered from summoning them, but this only left him speechless. Just what was Lionel planning on doing here, exactly? At that moment, a commotion in the distance was stirred. Two familiar figures leading a group of at least 20 quickly closed the distance, their expressions livid. Raya's face warped, her heart skipping several beats. She recognized many of those seniors. What they lacked in talent, they more than made up for in seniority and time spent practicing. Among them, there was even the current head of Alphen's division of the Healing Arm, the quasi-six-dimensional division head therein. The latest __ SODIes are on _ the website. Chapter 11:23. Raya's expression was filled with panic. This matter had already blown up far faster than she had expected. For a division head to already be making an appearance was far out of her predictions. It felt like everything was coming crumbling down. Division head Thurin's expression didn't give much away initially. He had a placid look on his face. He only showed the slightest hint of a frown when he noticed the four enormous silver pillars that surrounded the courtyard. He could sense the strong spatial and earth force fluctuations, and it left his heart unsettled. He came to a stop outside the pillars, his gaze sweeping over to find a small pit where Alphen's body lay, still deformed. No one had come to help him ever since his exchange with Lionel. And, if not for the strong healing properties of Snow Force, it may very well have been the case that he would have already breathed his last. What is the meaning of this? Theron asked coldly. In truth, he had only overheard part of the story. Even Alphen himself didn't have the right to ask a division head for backup, let alone his two lackeys. As a result, all Theron knew was that a branch family member had attempted to murder a main family member. Learning this, he was immediately furious. Hierarchy was among the most important things a family should have. A lack of it would lead to far more trouble than it was worth. A collapse in hierarchy would lead to the downfall of a family not long later. However, in his fury, he hadn't considered the details, and now that he saw these pillars, he felt that this matter would be even more troublesome than he thought. Division head, it's him. He's the one who struck to kill Alphen. Two fingers found their way to Lionel, who was still on the roof. The latest __ SODIes are on _ website. At this moment, Lionel was still just as difficult to read. He stood on the roof, his breathing slowly becoming even once more, but it felt as though his eyes were detached from the rest of his body. Despite his fatigue, they were completely unaffected by it, their deep abyss only becoming deeper. Even now, as he swept a glance over the 20 or so individuals who had come, he felt unmoved by it all. What did he want to accomplish here? What was his end goal? Truthfully, he didn't know. Destroying the Luxnix family? That was more than just a little unlikely. He didn't have the strength to do it, and it likely wouldn't be a very long time until he did. Make those responsible pay? He was just as far away from that goal as well. If Noah's story was anything to go by, it was precisely the most powerful of the Lucksnicks who were at fault to begin with. Then his fury? Well, that didn't sound so bad. Now, did it? Lionel's figure suddenly flickered and vanished. Twinkling stars were left in his original position, a strong surge of wind manifesting as he reappeared. The sound of a suffocated gurgle resounded. Division Head Thurin's head slowly turned, only to find Lionel's hand clamped down on the throat of the two who had just been pointing at him. Visit. For the best experience, he had appeared within their midst like a shadow. Even though he was a division head of the healing arm, Thurin immediately recognized when he saw it. Lionel's proficiency in using it was so astounding that even he hadn't been able to react in time. The two young men gripped at their throats, but Lionel's hand had already cut off blood circulation to their brains. They couldn't even think straight, failing to dredge up their force in time, or even remember the techniques they had learned. There was something about Lionel's gaze that made them forget everything, as though they were beasts meeting the king of the forest. They foamed at the mouth, their flailing legs going limp. In that moment, Thurin finally reacted. Humiliation and rage bubbled up, his expression twisting and reddening all at once. How dare you? A strong surge of force erupted about him, his fist blasting through the air and piercing through Lionel's skull. The enraged glint in his eye only grew fiercer when he saw that Lionel failed to dodge. However, the feeling of emptiness his knuckles felt made his expression change once more. Lionel stood there, unmoving, or so it seemed. Half his face, the portion Thurin's fist had punched through, was nothing more than sparkling motes of light. As for the other half, his one eye gazed toward Thurin without the slightest ripple. It felt to the division head that he was an ant being observed by the wayside. His heart leapt to his throat, his breathing becoming short and hurried. He recognized the technique almost immediately. It was Visit. For a better user experience just like that, in just a few minutes, Lionel had used, and the first was one of the strongest techniques of the healing arm. The next was one of the strongest movement techniques of the speed branch, and the last was known as the most difficult technique to learn within the fifth dimension of the wisdom branch. Thurin was at a loss. Exchanging for these techniques was one thing. It would usually take a person decades to accumulate enough merits. But actually learning them to this extent was a completely different matter entirely. Just who was this boy? Bang! The air shot out of Thurin's lungs all at once, spittle and a concentrated wind projectile shooting from his mouth as he flew back. The image of Lionel he had punched through slowly dissipated, the real form of Lionel appearing. The fist he had just used to punch the division head, still hanging in the air. Thurin blasted through the entourage he had brought around before skidding along the ground. By now, no matter how good a six-dimensional world was at dispersing the signs of battle, the movement of a division head wouldn't go unnoticed as more and more people started to turn their attention toward this courtyard. Thurin's gaze turned crimson, his snow force blossoming forth as he stood to his feet. Lionel's palm flipped over, revealing a 3-meter-long silver spear as his skin flickered with bronze runes. Visit. For the best notification experience, a strong gravitational domain fell from the skies, streaks of black lines pressuring the integrity of space itself. Lionel's foot raised, his body flickering once more. Chapter 1124. When Lionel reappeared, he had already donned a silver armor from head to toe, a visor of silver black blocking his abyssal gaze from the world. Thurin felt a pressure the likes of which he hadn't felt in countless years. How long had it been since he was forced into such a battle? He had long since stopped having to scratch and claw for his position in life. And even back when he still had to, his role had never been so violent or necessary. The bloodlust coming from Lionel's body was practically palpable. It was as though the moment his gaze vanished, taking with it the distraction that froze the heart of the world. The tangible form of what had taken root in his chest was bared for all to see. King's might rolled off of him in waves, his very consciousness itself constricting the throats of those unlucky enough to lay eyes on him. And then his spear swung down. Thurin's throat squeezed down on itself, his rage almost evaporating into the skies above. It was only then that a strong will to live manifested out from the depths of his soul. He roared, but it was as much about shaking the fear from himself, as though cobwebs fogging his mind, as it was about asserting his dominance. The snow force that had receded under his apprehension came back twice as strong, his palm flipping over to reveal a flexible sword that shot out like a whip with just the slightest flick of his wrist. The sword had always been a favorite of the Luxniks. It could be said that over 90% of their weapon-type techniques were constructed with the sword in mind. And of those 90%, another 90% focused on the speed of said sword. It could be said that among the pinnacle sixth-dimensional families, the Luxniks had the swiftest blade. Clang! Lionel's spear spun in his hands, his downward swing becoming a frontal block that deflected Thurin's own blade to the side. A golden spear lit upon his forehead, its light growing every brighter with each passing moment. Visit. For a better user experience, Thurin's wrist and forearm quaked every time his sword clashed with Lionel. Despite the size difference of their weapons, he couldn't seem to gain a speed advantage. And when it came to strength, momentum, and heft, Lionel seemed to surpass in him all aspects. Under the astonished gazes of those who had come with the division head, including Raya, who still couldn't seem to move, Thurin was forced back again and again. Lionel's spear spun around his back, the clink of a mechanism unlocking as the opposite end snapped into his other palm resoundingly. Lionel held onto both ends of his spear, the chain that connected them dangling behind him. His fighting style changed, his speed becoming even quicker. Both of his hands seemed to have gained minds of their own, and in the blink of an eye, Thurin's speed advantage vanished. The silvery splendor of Lionel's spear suddenly gained an all-new shine to it. Natural spear force erupted, every arc leaving crescent moon blades slicing through the air. The canvas of white, silver, and blacks left a trail through the battlefield. Every action Lionel took was taken with such speed that only these swath of colors were left behind, and every swing of his blades left an indelible mark on the surroundings. Thurin lost the initiative and never regained it. Slicing arcs of blood traveled around and up his forearms, even his robes themselves being torn to tatters. He didn't even have the presence of mind to try and grasp how Lionel had even learned. The latest open corsodies are on the website. Thurin roared in pain, humiliation, and rage. He couldn't seem to get any leg up on Lionel. He was faster, smarter, and stronger. Every time Thurin thought he could counter, he hit nothing but an illusion. Every time he was forced to clash head-on, he was sent sprawling back. Every time he tried to maintain some distance to gain some breathing room, Lionel would already appear before him a moment later. It was infuriating to an astounding degree. Thurin suddenly froze. His head slowly turned to his right shoulder, only to find a vast emptiness. His arm twirled in the air, separated from the socket it should have been resting in, and his sword barely clinging to the palm of it. A sharp arc of pain rocked his senses when the familiar sensation was doubled with his left shoulder. Before he could process what was happening, a foot was firmly planted into his chest, his body shooting backward as a trail of blood spurted out in his wake. Trash. The word drifted to Thurin's ears, even in his half-stunned state. It infuriated him so much that a third projectile of blood shot outward, this time from his mouth. Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel watched indifferently as Thurin skidded along the ground, painting the picturesque scenery of the Luxniks' family estate in crimson. He simply couldn't understand why people as weak and inferior as Thurin deemed themselves to be oh so great and important. When Thurin went about his daily life, There were probably dozens, hundreds of people, even that he would interact with that he could only greet humbly. And yet he came here to flaunt what? Exactly? Theron continued to cough up blood violently. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lionel limb from limb. But he had actually lost so thoroughly. Use the command token. Use it now. Theron's furious howl traveled through the air before dispersing into the clouds. The students of his department all put on shocked expressions before they scrambled to complete his order, each quickly pulling out a talisman. At that moment, at a gate entrance different from the one Lionel and the others had entered, a convoy of men and women from the Viola family were making their presence known. Richard stood at the helm of the group. Please inform your elders that the crown heir of the Viola family has something to discuss with them. Hearing these words, the guards didn't dare to dally and quickly left to do as they were told. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience within this convoy, there were many youthful faces. Among them, there were 3 young women Lionel would instantly recognize, one of whom was a woman he wasn't quite sure how to face just yet. Chapter 1125. The sight of numerous talismans being activated at once was ironically quite beautiful despite the purpose they were meant to serve. In the Luxnick's main family, there were numerous bodies or powers. First, there were the 3 arms. Then there was the Elders' Council, the Feathersword Warriors, the Star Order Council, and finally the Patriarch's faction. These 7 facets of the family worked in a balance and counterbalance sort of way. The Star Order Council, the Patriarch's faction, and the Feathersword Warriors could be considered the high end of this balance. There were many push and pull effects that dictated the politics. At the lower levels, though, there were the 3 arms and the Elders' Council. Of course, these 3 arms were the Wisdom Arm, the Healing Arm, and the Speed Arm. These 3 arms were overseen by the Elders' Council, a group of seniors that weren't good enough to enter the true elite ranks of the main family, but still had strength given by their seniority and age, nonetheless. This was important to understand at this point, because it also described the weight of this command token. The so-called command token was known by many things, but it was essentially a breadth of authority given to those of a certain rank. As a division head, a high-level position of the 3 arms, therein was, of course, given this authority. With how the Luxnicks were designed, it was no surprise that they promoted competition. At the lower levels, this competition manifested in the head-butting of the 3 arms. Sometimes this internal struggle would travel up to the Elder Council, who had once been part of the 3 arms themselves, but this was much rarer. Visit. For the best notification experience, simply put, battles between the arms was not rare in the slightest. The command token was used when these situations grew to a level that large portions of the arm would become involved. The call of a division head was enough to spring several talents of the healing arm into action. The trouble was that middling talents like Alphen wouldn't be the only ones alerted. In a corner of the Luxnick's family estate, a young man stood in the middle of an empty training field. Beads of sweat poured down his body, yet his eyes were unblinking and his sword was steady. He was about to take a step forward when he frowned. He trained topless, but he still had his spatial ring and some ornaments on him. As a force of habit, he never took them off. But he was still baffled when he saw the pendant swinging from his hip glowing. What are these fools doing? It's only a month out from the selection, and they've sparked a faction war? Visit. For a better user experience, this young man was none other than the 3rd youth to have a bloodline density of above 0. 50 Elodie Luxnicks. Like Siller of the Speed branch and Eloquent of the Wisdom branch, Elodie was the preeminent genius of the Healing branch and had completed the first awakening of his Healing branch, instant recovery. Elodie wasn't in the mood to deal with such things. So much of his time in the last several weeks had been spent on entertaining Orinik and Ganner, the 2 galaxy-ranked disciples of the Void Palace. He hardly had time for himself. And yet, now that he finally found such time, some idiot had used the command token. Elodie was of the mind to completely ignore it. He did have a responsibility as the head of the healing branch to show up for these matters when their small internal battles rose to this level. But it wasn't strictly necessary either way. It wasn't like any of them could reprimand him. He shook his head. Forget it, I won't go. What a waste of my time. Even as he thought this, Elodie hesitated once more. If a command token had been used, it was possible that one of the other heads was involved. If Siller and Eloquent were participating, it might be worth his while to spar with them. It had been quite a long time since he did so. It'll wait. It'll be obvious soon if they participated or not. The latest courses are on website. Elodie went back to swinging his sword. Elodie wasn't the only one who noticed the sudden commotion. The flare-up of a command token was something designed to be seen by as many as possible, and many stragglers of the other two arms were alerted to the change as well. In an irony of ironies, a command token meant to be used to signal battle between two arms was not only sparked by just a single man, but it suddenly put all three arms into motion, as neither the wisdom nor speed arm was aware of just which of them was going to be attacked. A surge of speed-armed disciples rushed for Raya's courtyard, their gazes practically crimson with pent-up energy. Many of these youths were individuals who knew well that the Void Palace was selecting disciples, but they were simultaneously aware that they would never be among the selected. This sort of existential nihilism, although in just small measures, had been building up among the average of the Luxnick for the past several weeks now. Suddenly having gained a target to vent their feelings of inadequacy on, they didn't even care to consider which arm they were fighting or if they were battling an arm at all. Only a few who had witnessed Thurin's tirade earlier that day connected the dots toward what might actually be happening, but even they followed along, wanted to vent that uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Visit for the best notification experience soon. Over the horizon from Raya's courtyard, dozens of youths became hundreds. The spectators that had been slowly accumulating grew in number as well. Lionel stood in silence, the two ends of his spear in hand, still linked by a chain and separated into three. He hadn't made any move to stop Thurin's commands or the others. Today he would flip the Luxnick's family estate on its head. Chapter 1126. The surge of youths with crimson eyes flooded the battlefield. But the targets they were looking for didn't seem to be anywhere to be found. All they saw were the littered and bloody bodies of their fellow healing arm members and a single silver-armored man standing before a courtyard surrounded by 4 silver pillars. Many of them were confused, but even more of them seemed to realize that their enemy was precisely this silver-armored man. Kill him! Thurin's enraged roar shook those who were confused out of this state. However, when they heard Thurin call for murder, they were shocked. Though it wasn't like no one had ever died in a faction war, it was still rare. On top of that, it was quite frowned upon. These were the types of things the Elders' Council would step in to stop. That said, while there were many who stood frozen, there were even more that didn't need to be told twice. Their egos had been poked and prodded at for too long, and it was already clear to them that a division head of their arm had actually been crippled. This sort of humiliation wasn't something they were willing to let go, even if they weren't already in such a strung-up state. They charged forward like a tide, the ground rumbling as large swaths of snow force rippled throughout at the air. Lionel's chest rose, a sizzling heat at his right hip threatening to tear a hole through his own body. But, for some reason, it felt good. It felt almost too good. It fed off of Lionel's angst, his fury, his indifference. It swallowed up all that was him and churned out a result that fed into the very fabric of his king's might. Visit. For the best no-under-skull-under-read-under-energy experience, these hundreds of youths? It just wasn't enough. Bang! Lionel's foot rose and fell. In that moment, a tidal wave of earth shot out from ground. First, there was a sprinting set of spiderweb-like cracks, folding and bending the earth to Lionel's will. And then, in the next moment, they shot upward, crashing into the first line of charging healing arm warriors and throwing whatever semblance of unity and formation they had into absolute chaos. Lionel's figure vanished. When he reappeared once more, The falling debris of earth sprinkled about him like the ashes of war. Without the immediate support of the man or woman next to them, the healing arm could only face the carnage they wrought. Lionel's blades flashed, his body flickering and disappearing at will, only to appear and vanish once more. Arcs of blood and crimson followed his path, limbs and horrid screams leaving landmarks of his presence. Lionel used the techniques of the Luxniks seamlessly one after another. It felt as though there were dozens of him, and his every action incapacitated another. Blood flowed in rivers, and bones formed the earth. As the curtain of dirt finally descended and the vision of those around cleared to what was happening, half of the healing arm warriors had already been cut down, their lives' blood fueling the soil beneath their immobile bodies. Visit. For the best experience, a look of absolute horror was painted on the faces of those who headed the initial charge, at least those of them that had survived anyway. From the rooftop, Noah watched on, sighing every so often. He could tell at a glance that Lionel wasn't overpowering them with raw strength. If he tried to fight these many talents head-on, he would have been cut down long ago. It was just that Lionel was just so much smarter with how he used his strength. Noah knew the techniques Lionel was using as well. He too had received those gifts. It was a technique that applied one's internal sight to trick the senses of others. It was ironically useless against those who purely relied on their five senses in battle, but which expert wouldn't subconsciously use their internal sight to boost their senses. This overlay of what the body was recognizing and what one's soul force was seeing led to a cognitive dissonance that easily formed illusions of starlight in battle. The more powerful and deft one's control of their internal sight was, the more deadly the technique. However, to use it with such skill, and especially against so many enemies, Lionel had to be capable of calculating the perspective of each and every person on the battlefield at the same time. Only then would he be able to execute in the most optimal manner. Simply put, he was like a machine. Noah had yet to see a swing of Lionel's blade not draw blood. Lionel's gaze flickered with coldness, his every breath becoming so heated that steam billowed from his mouth. His skin reddened, and his armor began to glow with a rosy, silvery hue. Visit. For a better user experience, the temperature in his surroundings skyrocketed, yet Lionel only felt more and more comfortable. Lionel's blade blocked a sword from one direction, his free hand hacking down and severing the forearm that carried it. His movements became faster and more fluid, his want for destruction and violence billowing off of him in waves. The heat became so searing that the warriors of the healing arm couldn't get close to him without using foreskins. However, their wants and needs didn't cross Lionel's mind in the slightest. In that moment, a furious howl left his lips. It brought with it such momentum that violent concentric circles of pulsing air billowed from Lionel's mouth. Bang! Lionel's aura erupted, force shattering the ground beneath his feet. The momentum of a Tier 2 expert rose from him, shattering the barrier that had held him back and multiplying his strength several times over. The shackles that held down Lionel's body were being loosened one after another, his howl carrying with it a scorching heat that rose into the skies. Visit. For a better user experience, the atmosphere seemed to be affected, rolling clouds of gray responding and slowly beginning to gather. At that moment, several division heads of the healing arm finally reached the battlefield. When they saw the state of things, their eyes widened, a furious light sparking within their gaze. Chapter 11:27. The division heads were furious, but they weren't fools. Having seen the state of the battlefield, they knew that it would take someone at least as powerful as them to leave these unranked students in such a state. The arms had three sectors within them. There were the division heads, the unranked students, and finally the rankers. Number one among these rankers was the head of the arm, and there were three of them in total. Of course, these men were Siller, Eloquent, and Elodie. The other rankers were reserved for students ranked in the top 1,000. When one reached deep into the hundreds of these ranks, despite being a lower tier than that of the division heads, the students themselves were considered equals. Above this, the rankers could dwarf and even one-shot division heads. Rankers were the pool from which future Feathersword warriors were chosen, and it was impossible to enter the Patriarch's faction or the Star Order if you had not been a ranker in the past. This was all to say that despite feeling the endless vitality coming from Lionel, and being certain that he was exceptionally young despite being unable to see his face, the division heads didn't make the mistake of underestimating him. In the Luxnix family, strength wasn't decided by how old you were. It was decided by your ability. At the helm of the division heads, there were three. These were men who had been in the outskirts of the rankers in their youth, but weren't quite good enough to become Feathersword warriors. In addition, because they were so young, they couldn't join the Elders' Council just yet either. Compared to the other division heads, they were several decades younger, and they saw through their present situation with just a glance. They were Rainer, Ingram, and Samson, a trio of division heads that usually acted as a trump card for these faction wars. But it seemed like this matter wouldn't be able to be handled by them. They had no idea who this silver-armored warrior was, but they could smell the danger. Visit. For the best no-undersell-understanding experience, send the signal again. Samson said with narrowed eyes. But another division head tried to send. No buts. Those rankers, and especially not our armhead, would never come out normally. This battle isn't simple, and I'm getting a bad feeling from those pillars and that little beast on his head. If we don't make sure that they know this matter is serious, they'll never come. All of them had a mightier and higher-than-thou attitude. They would always wait until the last moment to swoop in and see if it was worth getting in on the action. But if things continued like this, their healing arm wouldn't even have anyone left. Rainer, Ingram, we need to take the helm. The two division heads nodded, their auras silently brewing as the other division heads did as they were told. In that instant, a second round of signals were sparked and sent into the air. Lionel's hand released one of his blades. With a sharp tug, he pulled on the other side, sending his spear spinning outward in a wide arc everywhere the blade passed. An arc of crimson would follow. The range of the spear had increased by a factor of 10, its chains stretching outward as much as 30 meters under Lionel's control. Visit. For a better user experience, with a flick of his wrist, the spear snapped backward. A resounding and satisfying clicking sound echoed across the battlefield as it shot back into place, leaving the afterimages of a silver crescent moon in its wake. The grass beneath Lionel's feet began to wither and fall to ash, small sparks of fire dancing about and spreading into the surroundings. His steps were slow as he walked toward the division heads, the little mink upon his head baring his fangs menacingly. A shimmering golden spear pulsed upon Lionel's forehead, an invisible domain spreading out with his body as the center. It sounded like the whirring of a magnetic field coming to life, just the slightest and faintest purple hue coating the surroundings as the clouds above continued to gray. The lush and beautiful atmosphere of the Luxnix family estate was withering away one step at a time. Blood pooled the ground, flames licked away at the foliage, and the skies slowly darkened, a slight drizzle beginning to pitter-patter. The first droplet that fell upon Lionel jumped about wildly, reaching a boiling point in an instant and evaporating into nothingness. At first, there was only the slightest hint of steam, but as the rain began to grow heavier, the billowing plumes of water vapor grew more and more prominent, until it seemed like Lionel himself was made of smoke. Casually using sword techniques was fine against the others, but facing these three, he felt the call of a sharper force. The duality spear vibrated wildly like a beast pulling against its chain. The billowing fog shot up around it, allowing its blade to split it in two. The instant the duality domain crossed the three division heads, Lionel vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at Samson's throat, his spear blade threatening to take a head with its swing. Visit. For a better user experience, Samson's pupils constricted, but his reaction was calm. His task wasn't to win. All he had to do was stall. That was all. Just stall. Stall until they could get here. But what was this piercing pain? Samson's sword had shot forward to intercept Lionel's spear and even successfully parried it. So what was this searing heat he felt in his opposite shoulder? Samson's eyes widened. In that moment, a three-pronged strike shot out from in front of him and carried into the distance, leaving deep trenches in the ground and causing an explosion of earth and taking with it a spiraling arm and a thread of crimson. Little Black Star bared his shimmering teeth, his little claws still being held up in a swiping position. Samson felt a foot land on his knee in his distraction, a violent pain erupting throughout his body as his leg was shattered. By the time he had collapsed to the ground, Lionel had already flashed and vanished once more. The latest Rendezvous of course Odys are on the website. Chapter 1128. Ingram and Raynor felt their souls leave their bodies. They hadn't even sensed when the little mink attacked, but in that moment they felt as though there wasn't a single thing they could do to fight back against it. Light force should have been the perfect counter to dark elemental force. But why was it that it felt like the exact opposite right now? The group of division heads fell into absolute chaos. It was clear that Lionel's speed in dealing with these enemies had fallen drastically, but none of his fire had waned. In fact, with every passing moment, it felt as though Lionel was quickly becoming a rising star of his own. The rain became heavier and the steam became denser. Soon, it was difficult to see just 3 meters ahead of you. Without a choice, the division heads could only rely on their internal sight, but it was then that they realized that this was the worst decision they could have possibly made. In that moment, it felt like Lionel was both everywhere and nowhere all at once. Trails of sparkling star force sprinkled about the battlefield, giving it a beauty that didn't match the carnage it was experiencing. Limbs flew about, and cries of pain pierced the veil. Ingram and Raynor managed to survive the first exchange. Now that they were keenly aware of the danger of the little mink, they split their attention between Lionel and Little Black Star, unwilling to end up like their counterpart had. When these two formed a team, the strength they displayed wasn't just additive. However, in all their caution, they didn't realize just how many of their fellow division heads were being cut down by Lionel himself. "Damn it," Ingram growled. He pulled out a second sword, a light silver glow wrapping around him. They couldn't allow things to continue like this. The familiar sequence took form. The latest _Sodies are on the website. Cover me. Raynor didn't need to be told twice, pulling out a white leather whip from his hip. His gaze sharpened, a silver force wafting out from them. His vision brightened. From being able to see just 3 meters, he could now see through the entirety of the steam without issue. Ingram crossed Lionel's path, blocking him from crippling yet another division head. His twin blades moved with a practiced smoothness, alternating his speed with the expertise of a veteran. He had learned long ago that pushing your speed to the limit all the time didn't make you a better sword master. Oftentimes, lulling your opponent into one set rhythm before instantaneously changing it at the right time was far better. However, Ingram very quickly found out that such tricks were worthless before Lionel. In fact, using a technique that Lionel was familiar with before him was akin to courting death. The flat of Lionel's blade skimmed against the sharp edge of Ingram's sword, parrying it upward. The golden spear upon his forehead flashed as he took an instep, counterintuitively giving up his range advantage as a spearman. However, from this vantage point, Raynor's whip had instantly been rendered useless. Lionel's gaze flashed, his spear vanishing. His fist hit Ingram squarely in the chest before the latter could react, causing an upswell of blood to fly from his throat. Being hit in the chest, Ingram found the swinging motion of his second sword completely off course. He thought that it was a coincidence at first, but the violent breaking of his rib cage and the tenderizing of his muscles made his arms all but useless. As though Lionel's fists weren't heavy enough, Ingram found that the space behind him had stacked several times. Lionel's spatial domain had made the several-meter distance to Ingram's back as much as several hundred meters. In the end, Ingram, who should have been flying back at astonishing speed, had practically become a practice dummy, his chest deforming as craters the size of fists formed within it. The latest Rendezvous Audiobook are on the website. Bang! Ingram's body finally shot out, appearing before Raynor in an instant. The stacking of space had immediately been reversed and shortened instead, resulting in the latter being caught completely off guard. Raynor felt all the air in his body shoot out in a torrent, spittle flying from his mouth as his tongue hung outside. In that moment, the robes protecting Ingram's chest burst into flames and fell into a pile of ashes. Within the four pillars, the Branch family youths, Noah, and especially Raya were at a loss for words. They could hardly see what was happening within all that billowing fog, but every so often someone frantic and screaming would run out for their lives, rushing away as fast as their legs would allow them. Lionel appeared above Raynor and Ingram. The depth of his gaze was filled with a blinding crimson light, the smallest hint of violet fighting for a small corner along the outer edges. He raised his spear above his head, prepared to swing downward with the same fiery momentum he had been slowly building up. Even his spear itself had begun to glow with a slight rosiness, impacted by the heat coming from Lionel. Bang! At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot through the billowing steam. However, without even looking in that direction, Lionel rose his left hand out and to the side, his palm flipping over to reveal a long sniper rifle. Light elemental force word to life, and several complex shield-shaped yellow crystal formations appeared before the barrel, each preceding one larger than the last. Visit. For a better user experience by the end of it, the large yellow crystal shield was over 3 meters in diameter, dwarfing a human in size. And then, Lionel squeezed the trigger. A blinding beam of light shot out from the barrel, blasting into the first of the 10 yellow crystal shields. The light was instantly absorbed by it, moving within its structure so quickly that it looked like a pinball fighting for its life. And then, the light shot out and entered the second shield, then the third. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the light exited the 10th shield, it was so thick and fast that the clouds above split, the rain dispersing entirely. The arrow that had just shot into the wall of fog was incinerated before it even reached the beam of light. The space quaked, and the fog domain was vanquished with a loud whoosh. The beam illuminated the whole of the Luxnix estate, piercing through the air with a speed impossible to track with the eye. Shit, the archer, Ranker 302, only had time for her heart to tremble once. The latest _Sodies are on the website. Her right shoulder was blasted through, a bowl-sized hole taking her arm and a piece of her collarbone along with it. The fog completely dispersed, revealing Lionel standing amidst hundreds of fallen. The ground beneath his feet dyed red, and his breathing still billowing outward with piping hot steam. Chapter 1129. In that moment, Ranker 302 fell backward and collapsed, the rankers around her still not having registered exactly what happened. It had all happened so fast that it was all still not computing. She had only just released her arrow, but in the next moment, she had a hole through her chest. Ranker 302 gasped for air, but her attempts all came out in gurgles as the viscous liquid filled her lungs. Damn it, someone heal her. This son of a bitch. They were still ultimately the healing branch of the family, and the best among the healing arm at that. However, when they bent down to help their fellow ranker, their expressions couldn't help but change. A violent aura of destruction ate at her wounds. As though a fire had started, her skin was slowly being burned away. If things continued like this, and the corrosion made it to her heart, she might really die. Reacting quickly, a young man, Ranker 239, brandished his sword, cutting away the flesh that was being eaten away at. Only after doing this was the healing process able to continue. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to regrow limbs, and too much of her arm had been destroyed. But she would still have a chance in the future, so long as she continued down this path and awakened her healing branch. With instant recovery, she would be able to make her body whole again. There's something wrong with this life force. Rancor 239 spoke. It has the speed of Snow Force, but Snow Force doesn't have these corrosive properties. It simply doesn't make any sense. If Becca was taken out so quickly, would be going over there just to die. The top 100 need to move out. The latest underscoring Corsodies are on the website. Silence fell over the group, but they too agreed. They were just a bit over 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, standing atop a tall community building. When they received the second signal, they had thought the division heads were too useless, and Becca even bet that she could take out the enemy with a single arrow. Just moments ago, they had even been happily betting on how many it would really take her. Though they showed disdain for the division heads, they still had a baseline of reason to their opinions. Some thought that it would at least take Becca 3 arrows to win. If it was within a kilometer, then maybe only then would they agree that it would only take 1. But who would have thought that Becca would end up in such a state barely a split moment after the twang of the bow reached their ears? It almost felt like they were dreaming. That beam caused too much commotion. If I'm correct, everyone in at least a 50-kilometer radius felt that. If they didn't take it seriously before, they definitely will now. A rancor that had remained silent until now, Rancor 129, looked into the distance with narrowed eyes. They're already here. What these few didn't know was that they were very lucky. In a 6-dimensional world, Lionel didn't have the range or stamina to sustain his internal sight to a 2-kilometer range. He had dealt with Becca using the trajectory of her arrow. If not for this, she wouldn't be the only one on the ground. Visit. For the best notifiable experience, the fog violently dispersed as though a speeding bullet train had just run through it, the clouds above splitting beneath the surging momentum of the beam of gold. The ground beneath Lionel's feet had burnt to black. From above, it looked like the lush and vibrant lands of the Luxnix were slowly being corrupted one step at a time. Both Ingram and Raynor collapsed before Lionel, completely unable to move. Just the slightest breath from them imprinted every one of their broken bones into their minds, as though countless needles were being pierced through their bodies all at once. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavier all of a sudden. Though Lionel didn't turn his back to where it was coming from, he could see it all almost as though his own eyes were watching it. Several small groups leisurely walked toward the battlefield. Some were alone, but many more were in groups of 2 or 3. Judging by the smiles on their faces and their casual attitudes, they hadn't been doing anything very serious before coming here. Compared to those Lionel had already fought, their power levels seemed to be far worse off. Lionel had already defeated dozens of quasi-6-dimensional division heads, and yet within these many groups he was currently observing, even the best of them were only tier 6 or 7. Some of the worst off were only tier 3 or 4. And yet, the pressure they gave off versus that of their division heads was practically night and day. Lionel slowly lowered his sniper rifle, allowing the barrel to rest against the ground. Though these individuals had walked into the range of his internal sight, and he no longer needed to rely on their attacking first to respond, he knew that this weapon he had created while he was still in the 4th dimension would be useless against these geniuses. The latest Corsodies are on the website. Lionel exhaled another long breath. For seasons, time seemed to slow for just a moment. The sky was instantly filled with fluttering fall leaves, droplets of golden rain, and quivering snowflakes of ash. As the ground continued to blacken beneath the heat Lionel was emitting, there was something decidedly beautiful about it all. 9 radiant cores manifested, glowing with a silvery crimson light. They formed into an orbiting circle, rotating about Lionel's back as though they had a mind of their own. The golden droplets pelted against the ground, dotting the blackness with the heaviness of gold, even as the 4 silver pillars finally began to quake. One after another, Bubbles began to form on the surface of the spatial wall, encasing Raya's courtyard. Small S carrying the slightest violet tinge popped out, forming numerous crystal balls of all sizes. The space around Lionel had suddenly become a wonderland of gorgeous sights. But the scent of danger in the air was practically palpable. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 11:30. Lionel turned, his sniper rifle vanishing. The slight sound of a blade sharpening resounded. But what was truly baffling was that Lionel's spear hadn't touched a single thing. The sound echoed once more, and then again. It felt like one was watching a master at work, a blade slowly gliding against a whetstone gently. The blade slowly gained an edge of its own, the slight flicker of the master's wrist bending it to his will. The leisurely expressions of the approaching rankers grew serious when they heard this sound, but it only seemed to continue. Shine, pick up the blade. Gently apply pressure. Glide it back. Lift it up and repeat again. Shying the water slowly dripped from the whetstone and the blade, falling to the ground in delicate droplets. A subtle but fiendish aura began to grow around Lionel's spear. Steam began to rise up from its blade edges. Every time the sound of the blade resounded, the steam only seemed to become denser. How many is that? The latest _of_SODIs are on the website. A ranker spoke softly, his gaze having already narrowed. His leisurely attitude vanished, and his sword appeared in his hand. Despite the fact he was ranker 83, he still primed himself to the extreme. There's only one technique of the Luxniks that could brew this sort of atmosphere. It was a technique that used the star force characteristics of snow force to refine and strengthen a blade force. The continuous and abrasive sliding of force against force forced them to shine brighter and sharper. And the result? It was a weapon force several times purer and more powerful than it was initially. Six refinements. Another ranker answered slowly. In a moment, Lionel swung his blade. It was as though there was only him and his spear left in this world. The sound of the rustling leaves vanished. The battlefield turned wonderland, lost its splendor. It was even difficult to feel the heat coming off of Lionel any longer. The blade shot out in a blinding light of white, gold, and silver. If one looked closely, there was just the slightest hint of crimson as well, belying an aura of pervasive destruction that shook the soul and imprinted itself onto the heart. In that moment, the rankers realized that they were completely in over their heads. Just this single blade seemed to overshadow their decades of hard work. All the efforts of their blood, sweat, and tears, it was all meaningless. The group that had been targeted was one of three. Each of their expressions warped to an extreme, their force surging. Without hesitation, all three leapt forward in unison, realizing that if they didn't work together, they would be finished. Their three swords drew a line through the air, meeting at a single point. However, the instant their blades matches just the blade force of Lionel's own, it felt as though they had been swallowed up by an unstoppable force. Visit. For the best notification experience, their arms broke and their expressions became dyed with pain. Blood vessels in their eyes popped, and their teeth cracked beneath the might of their clenched jaws. They put everything they had forward, knowing that if they took even a single step back, they would die here. The difference was too large. Unfortunately, understanding something and executing it was separated by an impossibly vast chasm. Bang! Sparkling shards of natural spear force spiraled into the surroundings. Deep gouges tore through the earth and surrounding foliage and trees. In the distance, the windows of several pristine and unblemished buildings and homes shattered to pieces, piling onto the growing chaos of the Luxniks family estate. It felt as though they had all stepped into a violent spatial storm, swaying under the whims of deep space. When the battlefield finally cleared, The three youths who had faced the spear force together landed on the ground, their breathing heavy and hurried. All across their bodies, deep gashes of bloodied wounds, even down to the bone, could be seen. Before them, a young man who could be considered their savior stood. His torso was bare, and there was the slight sheen of sweat from an earlier practice session still on his body. Yet, his vitality seemed to be brimming, and his gaze was sharp. Armhead. The excitement of both the fallen and spectating members of the healing arm were practically palpable. The hidden and observing members of the other arms raised an eyebrow, feeling that this matter was becoming more and more unpredictable. Visit. For the best known experience, Elodie looked around at the state of the battlefield, a strong shield of foreskin protecting him from the effects of Lionel's Four Seasons realm. His brow furrowed in confusion, a clear lack of understanding painted all over his features. Elodie's long white hair danced within the wind, his gaze finally landing on Lionel. "Who are you? Which arm are you from?" Elodie immediately began to question Lionel. Elodie could still feel his wrist trembling from Lionel's strike, but the issue was that none of the arm heads wielded a spear. Even that man who had the favor of all the Star Order elders also wielded a sword. He didn't know of anyone who wore silver armor and used a polearm, but he could also feel the pure snow force coming from Lionel that made it absolutely certain that he was a member of the Luxniks. Arm. Head. He is a branch family member. Theron coughed violently. He had been carried away from the battlefield under the help of several individuals, but both of his arms were still glaringly missing. Though, he was far luckier than Becca. Due to the fact he had lost his arm to a blade, reconnecting them wouldn't be impossible for their healing arm, Theron's words, though, were like a bomb being thrown amidst the battlefield. It wasn't just the other division heads and unranked disciples that were shocked, but the rankers and even Elodie himself took on a great amount of shock. Elodie's gaze narrowed. "State your name and which branch you come from. Do you have any idea of the kind of harm you'll be bringing to your immediate family?" The only response Elodie received was the sound of a sharpening warblade. The latest _SODIs are on _the website. Sheeing. Chapter 11:31. Elodie's pupils constricted, his sword reflexively coming across his body to block. Bang! Elodie felt a strong surge of might intent on sending him flying, but his gaze flashed, his feet digging two deep trenches as he slid back. Dirt and soil rose from the ground, slowing Elodie's momentum by several factors. When he finally came to a stop, Elodie couldn't help but look down at his trembling hands, his face etched with a deep frown. The heaviness of Lionel's attacks wasn't something he had expected. Not only was the spear a rare weapon for a Luxnix to choose, even in the case that it was chosen, those that did would focus on the speed and flexibility of it, not to mention its range. Elodie hadn't expected for Lionel's battle style to be like this. But that didn't mean that he was completely unprepared for battle either. Whether it was the Viola family, or the Montex family especially, they were known for their heavy-handedness and their abrasive battle styles. As a great genius of his generation, Elodie had clashed with his fair share of such talents. In fact, his techniques were refined to deal with them. The moment Elodie adjusted his thoughts and breathing, his whole demeanor shifted. This was not a spar, nor was it a healthy exchange of pointers. This person was an enemy, and he would treat him as such. Elodie completed his thoughts in just a fraction of a breath. His sword balanced itself with a practiced flick of his wrist, and his feet spread apart, creating a strong base for himself. The instant he was steady, his figure exploded forth, and yet the ground suffered not the slightest of damage. Lionel seemed to have acted before Elodie, but the difference in the weight and size of their weapons resulted in their blades meeting perfectly. Elodie could tell immediately that Lionel had done this on purpose, but he wasn't shocked. If Lionel wasn't at least this skilled, things wouldn't have reached this extent to begin with. The latest _SODIs are on _the website. Elodie's body flickered, and his sword left streaks of white gold in the air. For every one action Lionel took, he took 3 or 4, the elegance of his swordplay shining forth. His rhythm changed with his breath, and his footwork was immaculate. He seemed to always be capable of slipping out of Lionel's heaviest strikes and countering with something decidedly clever and crafty. The clash of blades rang through the battlefield, the images of 2 young men flickering into and out of existence being imprinted onto all their minds. It was clear at a glance that Elodie's blade force was far inferior to Lionel's own. One had already comprehended a natural blade force, while the other was still using normal blade force. However, on the other hand, Elodie's fifth-dimensional force was clearly several steps about Lionel's in terms of thickness and purity, given due to the fact Elodie was already at Tier 8, while Lionel was only at Tier 2. Streaks of spear and sword force shot into the surroundings with each clash. There was something decidedly violent and existential about the clash of these 2 young men. Neither used any techniques that surpassed the crude nature of force alone, and yet every time they met, the impact was no less resounding. Elodie had long since forgotten about what Lionel's origins were, and Lionel never cared about Elodie's to begin with. Their exchanges only became faster and more blinding, neither taking a single step back. Veins popped across Elodie's body, his spirit lifting and his gaze becoming fierce. Visit. For a better user experience, the ground beneath Elodie's feet imploded, a towering pillar of snow force shooting up into the skies around him. His sword descended, the clash against Lionel's spear making the latter feel as though it wasn't a light sword before him, but rather a great sword with the weight of a mountain. It shattered Lionel's guard, shooting for his chest with every intention of piercing through, but Lionel's own gaze was as placid as a lake's surface beneath dim moonlight. The piercing strike of Elodie's blade suddenly lost its edge. With a clang, it rebounded off of Lionel's chest plate, deflecting to the side. Lionel took a step forward, taking advantage of Elodie's momentum to send a punch toward his chest. Elodie reacted just as indifferently, his own fist soaring forward like a whistling bullet. The air cracked and whined, the ground beneath their feet trembling. Bang! The 2 separated, sliding back dozens of meters and creating a total of 4 new trenches between them. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel didn't need to think to understand how Elodie had gone from using his speed to match his strength to matching strength on strength. It was a technique similar to Lionel's own. It used the healing branch properties of snow force to push the body into a state of accelerated cell regeneration. Using that window, the Luxniks could gain bestial strength in exchange for continuous and rapidly healing injuries. As expected of the head of the healing branch, Elodie's hair rose up, billowing white gold force wafting outward like plumes of steam and heavy fog. His hair and eyes became a shade brighter, and the fiendish killing intent in his eyes only grew. The sound of Elodie's force was like the howling wind of a storm, whipping up violent undercurrents and flattening what remained of the grass in the surroundings. Show me everything you have. If today is to be the anniversary of your death, you wouldn't want to pass on with regrets. Elodie's aura continued to surge. In that moment, the flickering starlights of the heavenly body realm began to rise. Images of a beautiful golden planet, streaking white gold meteors, a silvery moon formed of shimmering gems, and a resplendent star painted themselves across the grayish blue skies. Elodie's sword seemed to respond in kind, trembling and whistling under the influx of universal force. Then, he shot forward, his steps decidedly less light. Plumes of soil rose in his wake, his sword appearing before Lionel's throat in the blink of an eye. However, when it reached that point, it found its force dissipating once more, only to find a pale violet in its path. The latest _SODIes are on _the website. Chapter 1132. Elodie's expression changed when he felt his sword pierce through the... It made him feel as though he was trying to slice through a wall of sludge, and his reaction to it was forced to be delayed. Once against, Elodie felt like all the force in his strike was dissipated. The first time he had assumed that it was an ability of Lionel's armor, but this time his sword hadn't even grazed it. It suddenly made him understand that Lionel was forcefully dispersing the force attached to his blade, something that left him at a shock. The combination of Dream Rupture, Duality Domain, Withering Snowfall, and Lionel's Divine Armor's Spatial Domain made Elodie feel as though all his most powerful strikes were landing on a bed of cotton. Lionel had too many abilities that could siphon away and disperse force. It forced Elodie into using more and more force to compensate, but that only drained his stamina faster. The instant Elodie turned this into a battle of techniques, he found himself countered at every turn. He could feel that his actual strength wasn't far off from Lionel. In fact, in terms of raw ability, he was a step or two above. But Lionel's ability to calculate a step or two ahead of him and respond perfectly resulted in him getting pushed further and further into a corner. Bang, 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 bang. Elodie brandished his sword in one hand, his other drawing a circle in the air. A ring of blinding white gold formed in the blink of an eye as he parried Lionel's piercing spear strike. The ring of white gold shot downward, landing perfectly in the spot Lionel's foot would land next. Elodie's timing was perfect. Everything about Lionel's momentum said that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. However, the land in the middle of the ring suddenly shot upward, giving Lionel a place to rest his foot. Elodie's free hand squeezed closed, shattering the small pillar of earth, but completely missing the target of Lionel's ankle. Right then, a blinding pair of wings, stretching out for tens of meters, spread to Lionel's back. Lionel knew that he couldn't allow his foot to fall to the ground and could only activate his strongest movement technique. His body became as light as a feather, circulating instantaneously. With a light tap of his foot toward the crumbling rock pillar, Lionel vanished and appeared to Elodie's back. The shock amongst the spectators was palpable. Even as the crowd grew, drawn over by both the commotion and Lionel's earlier beam of light, there were likewise several members of the Speed Arm who were amongst them. However, even in the case that there wasn't a single member of the Luxnick's main family that wouldn't recognize those illusory wings. Visit. For a better user experience, Elodie's pupils constricted into pinholes. He could feel the threat of danger creeping upon his neck, but he reacted just as quickly. A white gold ring shot out from the ground, catching Lionel somewhat off guard. At the same time, Elodie's sword pierced backward, his body twisting at an odd angle as he fell away from Lionel. Lionel's gaze sharpened. Elodie's white gold ring was too solid and simple to find a flaw, and dispersing the force that made it would take too much time. He finished these calculations in an instant, choosing to swing his spear downward. At the same time, another appeared before him, blocking the odd angle of Elodie's sword. Frustration began to mar Elodie's brow. He once again felt as though his sword had entered a sticky mud wall. Luckily, he was falling back now and could use his momentum to pull free, but this was already the fourth or fifth time. Elodie shot back, his body flipping and dodging as numerous golden droplets fell toward him like darts. His free hand remained active, drawing more and more white gold rings as he fell backward, only to send them flying forward toward Lionel. Bang! Lionel's spear shattered the white gold ring, his expression just as placid as always. Seeing the flood of them coming for him, his gaze flickered, the unmoving 9 radiant cores to his back jumping into action. A strong magnetic field repelled the rings, sending them spiraling backward as Lionel's figure flickered once more. Elodie's internal sight locked onto Lionel, who appeared at his back, but his heart shook in the next instant. Illusion. Elodie had fought too many battles with Eloquin to not sense the change. Surprisingly, though, Lionel's was even better than Eloquin's. Who was this man? Elodie's slightly delayed reaction didn't stop him from reacting in time. The billowing white gold fog around him surged, his thigh bulging as he planted it hard. He could feel the muscles in his legs tearing to shreds beneath the wild force, but just as quickly as they tore, they healed once more. Visit. For a better user experience using the sudden change in momentum, his sword pierced forward, his rings rebounding back from Lionel's repulsion and enveloping his 9 radiant cores. In one moment, it looked as though Elodie was piercing toward empty space. In the next, a flicker of starlight formed the outline of Lionel's body as the image to Elodie's back vanished into nothingness. Lionel's spear met Elodie's blade, even as the former's radiant cores and the latter's ring clashed. Crush them. Elodie's gaze gave off a blinding light. His rings constricted, looking to shatter Lionel's radiant cores back into the benign force they came from. However, the result was far more explosive than he thought they would be. Boom, 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 boom. Elodie felt as though his ears had popped as his eyes were filled with the searing image of blinding white lights. The only thing he could feel was the very familiar and annoying feeling of his sword slipping into a mud wall. But this time, when he tried to pull back, his expression warped. Snap! Even amid all the loud, cacophonic booms, as a swordsman, this noise was the most resounding of all. Even before he pulled back all the way, Elodie could feel the emptiness past the handle of his hilt. His sword was broken. In that moment, Elodie was completely disoriented. His hearing was nothing but high-pitched screeches. His gaze was filled with a blinding white light, and his internal sight was continuously being distorted by the wild magnetic fields pulsing and rebounding in the surroundings. The heat seared through his forced skin, and his body felt like it was floating toward death. It was exactly at that moment that he felt the second clear feeling he had since the explosion, a piercing pain as his chest was skewered by the blade of a spear. Elodie coughed, a flood of blood riding down his chin and soaking his throat and chest. He had no idea how any of this had happened, but he vaguely felt that he had been painted into this corner. No, he had stepped into this trap with his arms wide open. Visit. For a better user experience, if Elodie had known better, he would have understood that the law Lionel chose for his S was the formation of an extremely thick and viscous corrosive semi-liquid. The more knowledge Lionel had on the law he chose, the easier it would be for him to use his king's might to project the law. With his ability, it took him a single glance to see through the flaws in craftsmanship Elodie's Tier 9 bronze sword had, and forcing it to collapse in on itself only took a few dips. Of course, understanding this would have done nothing for Elodie if he hadn't also understood that destroying Lionel's radiant cores was among the most foolish things he could have done. Elodie trembled and fell to his knees. The blasts cleared, and the spectators were soon able to see the state of the battlefield. However, when they saw their armhead having fallen, and that the only thing holding him up was the blade running through his chest, they fell into a harsh and cold silence. Seeing the state of Elodie, Lionel didn't feel much of anything. No, that wasn't exactly right. He felt an emptiness wrought by the fact he felt like he had accomplished nothing. A seething rage was still bubbling within his heart and pulsing through his right hip. His wrist slightly trembled, causing Elodie to cough up another mouthful of blood. What is the meaning of this? Right at that moment, while Lionel's simmering rage was beginning to feel only more and more empty, a booming voice that could disperse the clouds and unsettle the wind fell. Numerous expressions changed as the aura of the current Luxnix family patriarch, Seath, caught all of their attention. To his back, numerous Viola family members followed. Lionel felt like he had locked onto a new target, his blood seething and the crimson in his eyes only growing deeper and more prominent. But it was then that he felt as though someone had pierced a hole through his heart. Everything he was feeling suddenly deflated in an instant. Aina? A resounding crack rang through Lionel's body. The latest _4 are on website. Completely out of his control, he raised his head and roared into the skies, his divine armor shattering into pieces and shooting away from his body. His face was revealed to the world, but all anyone could see were the countless crimson veins pulsing beneath his skin. The barrier to Tier 3 collapsed, and Lionel's 7th star began to form. Chapter 1133. A blazing pillar of fire left Lionel's lips. To those of the Luxniks, it really felt as though the world might end at any time. Elodie, who was the closest to Lionel by far, took on a level of damage that could only be described as fatal. An entire layer of skin that faced Lionel burn off piece by piece, the shocking amount of pain snapping him out of his half-unconscious state. The devastation was difficult to grasp. Even Lionel's duality spear couldn't seem to withstand it at all. Seith's expression changed. He had no idea who Lionel was. Or, more accurately, he couldn't identify Lionel by his face alone. But when he saw what was happening, even his own spine tingled. He was already well into the 6th dimension, and someone on Lionel's level should have been a matter of the flex of a single finger to deal with. But the force being projected out of his body right now filled Seith with so much fear that he froze for several seconds, his mind going completely blank. Under normal circumstances, Seith wouldn't even be here. It was only because Richard had come to communicate something with him that he had gone so far. Because Richard was now the crown heir of the Viola family, something only recently announced, there was an amount of face that Seith had to give him. In other families, Richard would have been entertained by their own crown heir, but unfortunately for Seith, the situation of the Luxniks was a bit unique. In every other situation, the patriarch had higher standing than the crown heir. But in the Luxniks, it was the opposite. Miguel's standing was far beyond Seith's, and the former had the backing of both the Feathersword Warriors and the Star Order Council. In the end, such a perfunctory job was left up to Seith. Visit. For a better user experience, when Seith snapped out of it, he realized just how terrible the situation was and immediately began giving out orders. Corner off this location. Don't allow anyone to enter this kilometer radius. Someone give me a briefing of what the hell happened right now. The moment after Seith said these words, he shot forward. He only had one goal in mind, to save Elodie. Because of the oddity of this generation, Elodie, Eloquin, and Siller were an important balancing factor. Without them, Miguel's influence on this generation would be too strong. Though it was a bit naive of Seith to believe that just these 3 could match up to Miguel, he had no choice but to play the long game. The loss of even one of them would be far too much. He couldn't allow Elodie to die. Even if he didn't have such political implications to his thoughts, the Luxniks family couldn't just allow a genius to die for no reason. Seith didn't hold back, displaying the strength of a genius of the last generation. He used the 6-dimensional movement techniques of the Luxniks with such skill that he managed to cover a kilometer distance in what felt like the blink of an eye. Visit. For the best known of experience, his foreskin began to melt away piece by piece, withering away under the wall of heat emitting from Lionel. His expression couldn't help but change. He could tell that Lionel was just Tier 3 of the 5th dimension. How could a youth so far beneath him possibly corrode his foreskin? A murderous glint lit in Seith's gaze. He didn't know exactly what had happened here, but he didn't recognize Lionel, and just by his tan skin and hair color, he shouldn't be a member of the main branch. If Lionel could be controlled, it would be a boon for the Luxniks. But, seeing the carnage he caused here, how could things be so easy? Seith had every intention of killing Lionel where he stood until he felt something lock onto him. The danger was so profound that his steps almost faltered. The danger he felt from Lionel was more innate and instinctual, almost like what a child would feel toward the dark. But it was still easy enough for one with a strong mind like Seith to bury this feeling and eventually get over it. But this danger was completely different. It wasn't an irrational or instinctual fear. It was the kind of fear one felt when they ran into something they knew they couldn't overcome, the kind of fear that had to be learned through years of experience and training. The latest _of_Sodies are on _the. Website. Cold sweat drenched Seath from head to toe. He had no idea who was protecting Lionel in the shadows, but this experience was all he needed to know to understand just how vast the difference between them was. Seath appeared at Elodie's side. By now, the latter's face had practically entirely melted, his features becoming impossible to distinguish and pick out. If things continued, he really would have no chance or hope at surviving. Without hesitation, Seath pulled him away and charged out in a beam of light, cutting a straight path away from Lionel as fast as he could. The beam of fire emitting from Lionel only grew fiercer, his roar underlying it and trembling the hearts of all those who heard it. The clouds above completely dispersed and the ground shattered, large amounts of rocks beginning to melt and pool themselves into a larger and larger crater of lava. Waves of heat rippled into the surroundings. By the time Seath got back to where he had been, he realized that even without his orders, no one would have dared to enter the kilometer-wide radius. The heat was simply overwhelming, and even from so far away, many were still continuously moving back. The only ones that couldn't were the few stuck within Lionel's 4 pillars. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience crack. The duality spear finally couldn't take it any longer and completely collapsed, combusting from the inside out. Its pieces flew out in all directions, some even piercing directly into Lionel's body, and yet he seemed so numb to it all that he didn't even notice. Chapter 1134. Lionel's body looked as though it might crack itself. Wild and raging red veins pulsed beneath his skin as his bones seemed to glow as though they were metals rising in temperature. Upon his chest, every beat of his heart was met by a pulse of red gold. It looked as though even his heart itself was overheating, filling up with lines of fire and magma. But there was no more prominent light than the one coming from his right hip. Surging tides of force rippled out again and again, the devastation only growing fiercer. The truth was that Lionel was a bit worried about things happening like this. But he had never expected to enter Tier 3 so quickly. By his previous progress, it should have taken over a year at the very least. However, Lionel could have never imagined just the kind of impact it would have on his progress, especially when combined with the secrets of his innate force node. When Lionel first learned he had an innate force node, he had randomly stumbled onto it. According to his calculations he completed, his body would only be perfectly whole if he completed a 10th node, despite the fact the cap the universe placed on everyone was 9. Being foolish and naive, Lionel went ahead and tried to form a 10th anyway, not having any idea that he would almost get himself killed. If not for the preparations his father had made and the plentiful nutrients hidden within his body from all of those vomit smoothies he was forced to chug, Lionel would have never made it so far in his journey. Visit. For a better undersea user experience back then, Lionel had been all alone on terrain and could only ask the dictionary about his innate node. The trouble was that the dictionary had always been extremely specific with its answers. It never answered anything outside the scope of the questions Lionel posed to it, no matter how useful those answers would be. Lionel had asked the dictionary a very simple question. What abilities is Scarlet Star Force known for? And the dictionary had given him a very simple one-word answer: destruction. Soon after that, Lionel realized that there was someone driving a carriage over his hiding spot, and he was forced to go out and check on what was happening. But even if he hadn't been distracted, he could have never known just what kind of profound truths were hidden within this answer. Lionel had learned a lot about artistic conception and how they could breathe life into techniques and bolster one's strength. One of the most powerful abilities a person could have, the universal cycles, relied on a comprehension of artistic conception to draw in universal force to supplement your strength. Visit. For a better user experience ultimately, the artistic conception that the universal cycles were embodying was exactly that: the power of cycles and beauty of the dimensional versus karma. One thing would lead to the next, and a perpetual cyclical construct could be formed. In the end, these cycles would give birth to universal force, one of the highest forms of force in all of existence, and among one of the most enigmatic. How exactly did all of this relate to Scarlet Star Force? Well, it too represented a high form of energy. In fact, at least in human history, the importance of fire and the symbolism it carried was undeniable. Among all the elements, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that fire stood out amongst the rest. Through the lens of the human domain, there was no denying this. When things are put into this sort of perspective, just what sort of weight did the first-ranked fire elemental force hold? Destruction. Ironically, it was the antithesis of what human legends painted it out to be. So many painted it out to be a harbinger of life, a candle of innovation, a breath to a refreshing future. But Scarlet Star Force was anything but this. It was a force that embodied chaos, an elemental power that would burn all things to ash. Visit. For the best notification experience, the fifth dimension was all about loosening the shackles the mind had on the body. In order to do this, techniques relied on visualization techniques to allow one to shed the mundane limits one subconsciously placed on themselves. Whether it was King's Might and their fusion into the manifestation of Lionel's innate node, all of them were aspects of Lionel's consciousness. By choosing himself as the root artistic conception of his, Lionel had inadvertently added an indelible characteristic of destruction to his King's Might. In the vice versa, the implementation of Lionel's King's Might to project the will of his innate node had resulted in him subconsciously beginning to comprehend this Scarlet Star Force, which took his body on as a host. The result of these series of events were the preconceptions and misunderstandings in Lionel's mind being cleared one after another. The more he began to embody his true abilities and his true talents, the looser the chains that bound him became. At the same time, Lionel had no idea how lucky he was for two reasons in specific. First, if Lionel had completed this breakthrough on a fifth-dimensional world, not only he, but everyone on the planet would have died. Scarlet Star Force was something that even Seath, a Tier 7 sixth-dimensional expert, couldn't reliably counter for an extended period of time. How could a fifth-dimensional world possibly stand a chance? And second, had Lionel used the visualization of to reach Tier 3 instead of relying on his comprehension of his innate node to release the shackles on himself instead? The latest _SODIs are on _ website. There is a 0% probability that he would have survived the formation of his seventh star. Without first grasping the artistic conception of destruction, how could his body, which couldn't even survive a split-second usage of Scarlet Star Force, possibly survive the formation of an entire star? Now, Lionel had a 10% probability of surviving. Seath had just done him a great favor by accepting his proposal, so he couldn't just withhold such benign information from him. Visit. For the best notification experience plus. Richard no longer had to keep the matters related to a secret since he had already secured his position. It was just a bit embarrassing, but then again, considering the state of Elodie, the embarrassment of Richard's loss was actually mitigated greatly. Savon and Yuri couldn't help but perk their ears up. They also found it hard to believe that Lionel would know Richard. The difference between their statuses should have been enormous. He was even a step above the armheads of the Luxniks, and technically on par with Miguel. Though in practice, he was more so on par with the armheads and dwarfed by Miguel. Yes, I met him in the dimensional cleanse trial zone. Seath's pupils constricted. He didn't need any more of an explanation. From Richard's tone and demeanor, it was clear he had lost. But how could a branch family member possibly get their hands on a map to that trial zone? Seath suddenly felt like something was off about all of this. He had even noticed that Lionel had been wielding a high-quality quasi-silver spear before it was destroyed. This didn't even mention the fact he had practically wiped out half of the healing arm and even defeated Elodie. All of these things made it hard to reconcile these matters. In that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Lionel hacked up a mouthful of blood so crimson that it glowed like rubies. It almost felt as though this blood had come from the spring of his life force itself. But just as quickly as it appeared, it was burnt to ash. Not even a moment later, Lionel's skin could no longer withstand the pressure. His veins burst and his body splintering. Fountains of lava-like blood flowed from him. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, Lionel's blood began to sizzle as it fell into the pools of lava around his feet. But what was shocking was that it wasn't the lava causing the blood to sizzle and evaporate. It was instead Lionel's blood itself causing the lava to release screeching pillars of steam. Visit. For the best known experience, the roaring pillar of flames that came from Lionel's mouth hung in the air, his roar finally waning. But it was impossible to tell if this was because he was no longer in pain, or if it was just that his throat couldn't produce noise any longer. Steam billowed out from Lionel's mouth, his teeth glistening a pearly white beneath all the blood and fire. Sparks flew about with his every breath as though the air itself would ignite. Out of Lionel's control, two enormous illusory wings appeared to his back. They radiated a gorgeous white gold, and slowly but surely, they began to take form, just the slightest hint of crimson hidden within its gorgeously sculpted feathers. Lionel's head fell, going from tilted up to the skies to his chin resting on his chest. If not for the slight wheezing and coughing, not to mention the breaths of ash, it would be impossible to tell if he was still alive or not. It was then that his skin began to change once more. Scales of white gold erupted across his naked body. From far away, they seemed to be the scales of a white dragon. But when one looked closer, it was possible to see that each individual scale was actually a small, miniaturized feather, outlined like a white seashell with veins of gold. Lionel had completed the second awakening of the healing branch and the third of the speed branch at the very same time. Every so often, a piece of his body would burst with blood, only to be quickly covered by these white scales once more. The cycle repeated again and again as though he was breathing. Glistening lava fell from his wings as his feet dangled in the skies. His body, toned to perfection, every outline of muscle and fiber displayed for all to see, didn't seem marred by the broken flesh and dripping blood in the slightest. Visit. For the best, no energy experience at that moment, he truly looked like a fallen angel. Chapter 1136. Lionel could feel his body going through a wild number of changes. He felt it all now more than he ever had in the past, and he realized just how narrow his scope truly was. It wasn't that the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was weak, it was just that he never had the ability to bring out its full potential. First, he was lacking in the proper techniques to supplement it, and second, he had simply yet to fully unearth all of its secrets and fully awaken it all. This was when Lionel settled on a conclusion. The reason his metal synergy lineage factor felt so much more powerful was only a matter of relativity. How could a six-dimensional lineage factor ever match up to a seventh-dimensional one, especially when they could both be considered to be at the pinnacle of their respective levels? Simply put, maybe if Lionel entered the sixth dimension and began to interact with many talents on a similar level to himself, he would then begin to feel that even the Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor was weak as well, when in reality, he was also lacking the techniques to maximize its abilities. Right now, the potential Lionel had unearthed from his metal synergy lineage factor was limited to a hard body, but technically was a technique left behind to him by his father. Aside from that, there was his divine armor. But once again, that was a technique left behind to him by his father. It was such a simple thing, but Lionel hadn't truly put things into perspective until just now. The latest courses are on the website. The Morales family lineage factor was called Metal Synergy. It wasn't called Metal Body Lineage Factor or Divine Armor Lineage Factor. Who knew how many more secrets were hidden within it that Lionel had never even touched upon? These matters put into perspective just how ridiculous Lionel was to think that he needed to improve his snowy star owl lineage factor right now, as though he was already at the end of his rope, let alone being at the end of it. Lionel could just barely be considered to have grasped a piece of the first strands. Even if Lionel succeeded in mutating his snowy star owl lineage factor and built it upon a new force, it was very possible that even if this force was leagued beyond Snow Force, the overall power of his lineage factor might instead regress. Why? Because this new mutated lineage factor wouldn't have the countless millennia of refined techniques the Luxniks had built over their history. It would have to rely on Lionel to rebuild and modify it all from the ground up. It was possible that Lionel could be capable of this in the future. But, as things stood now, even with all his split minds, he was still lacking. As more of Lionel's potential was dug out by his evolving snowy star owl lineage factor, Lionel could feel more and more of its strength. Visit. For the best energy experience, the second awakening of the healing branch felt like a perpetual technique. Without allowing these feather-like scales to cover his body, Lionel's base healing factor had skyrocketed by more than tenfold. To put this into perspective, the base form of the mage art Lionel had self-created was only marginally better than Lionel's current base healing factor. Meaning, doing nothing was almost as good as casting, except it would cost Lionel almost no stamina at all, not to mention the fact it didn't require a cast time. If Lionel activated these feather-like scales and entered this sort of beast-like mode, his healing factor would increase several-fold more. By then, it would be a step better than casting the full mage art. As though this wasn't enough, Lionel felt that upon reaching this second awakening, his had evolved as well. In the past, it took several months for one use to recover. This time period varied so much that Lionel couldn't put a sure number on it. This was because in order to use, a certain amount of snow force had to be absorbed and stored for a single burst use. But, as a baseline comparison, while on planet Luxnix, likely the densest region of snow force in this sector, it would take Lionel about 3 months to recover a single use of. Now, in this same environment, Lionel could feel that he only needed a single month to replenish his use of. In fact, Lionel had yet to recover from his last use. But the instant he completed his second awakening, it had been replenished. The latest episodes are on _ website. Then, there was Lionel stepping into the third awakening of the Snowy Star Owl Speed Branch. In truth, Lionel rarely used his Speed Branch in battle. The reason for this was quite simple. As calculative and scheming as he was, he wouldn't show an enemy his full abilities until he could force them into a corner with it. Speed was one of the largest factors in battle. In fact, Lionel felt that maybe the one thing no amount of calculation could overcome was indomitable speed. In addition, varying your attack speed made you a much more difficult opponent to handle than going full tilt from the very beginning. Lionel's slow, meticulous, and trap-setting approach to battle always left his speed branch by the wayside, but it had ironically been the first to reach its third awakening anyway. This was only a matter of fate. It had to be remembered that the Snowy Star Owl was first and foremost known for its speed and wisdom. Healing was considered to be a secondary ability of its. Because the lineage factor was built on the back of Snow Force affinity, Lionel had a major leg up on the others of the Luxniks. Why was it that his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was leaps and bounds beyond the others? The latest _ are on _ the website. The simple answer was that Lionel's light and star affinities were so high that Snow Force simply awakened to him naturally. In the end, it all linked back to the very same innate node that called his kidney home. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.